Good morning, everyone. Sego Sewagwego. The council meeting is now back in session for the regular session. It's now 11:28 in the morning, and I apologize to all of the people that are following the council meeting. We had a long discussion on a matter with our legal counsel this morning, and so it took more time than we had anticipated, but we're now ready to do the regular portion of council. And I thank you for your patience. We'll have the minutes of May the 3rd. Are there any errors, omissions, or corrections? Seeing none, can I have a motion to accept the minutes as provided?
Just a one
Sorry,
note,
Chief.
just a note there. Yeah, go ahead, Stacia.
Yeah, I was going to say, part of our process is to adopt the agenda.
Oh, yes, my apologies.
And I do have a couple of corrections when we do get to the minutes.
Okay.
And just note that I'm joining via Teams today.
Okay, and Stacia is joining by Teams, noted. We're waiting for Chris Miracle to arrive. He's been called. We're reviewing the motion to review and adopt the agenda as provided. I understand there's some additional items that will be coming. Shelley, is that correct? And so I'll announce them when they arrive, when they get here. Okay. Is there a motion to review and adopt the agenda as provided, noting that there will be some additional add-on items coming?
I can move.
Moved by Ted. Is there a seconder?
Are the additional items time sensitive?
Yes, they are.
Then I can conditionally,
Okay.
I can conditionally support that then, yeah.
Okay, seconded by Josh. Are you in favor, Stacia, of adopting the agenda as provided, noting that there are some urgent items that need to be approved today?
I am.
Okay, thank you. We'll now have the minutes of May the 3rd. Are there any errors, omissions, or corrections?
You can go ahead, Stacia.
If not, can we have a motion to approve those minutes?
So I have two. The first one is motion number 10. I had declared a conflict of interest. So if that could be noted. On motion number 12, we just need to change principal from AL to LE. Those are the two that I found. Subject to others.
Just in future, for spelling PAL as like your friend, who's the principal of a school, a PAL is a principal of a school, to a school supervisor, where PLE is the other word. Okay. It's been moved by, was that a motion to move it with corrections, Stacia?
No, it wasn't. It was pending other corrections from the other councillors.
Okay, do I have a mover to move these minutes as corrected?
I can move that.
Yeah, I'm good.
Moved by Josh and seconded by Ted.
Sure.
The motion is carried. Is there any business arising from the minutes? Is there any follow-up on motion 7? We were going to strike a committee for the ferry boat launch repairs. Has Angela any update on that?
I was off on vacation that week, so I don't
Okay,
have
then
anything
just
to tell
follow,
you.
just put it as an action item then for next council, to give council an update who the committee is, have they been contacted, is it meeting, what's happening there? Thank you.
Sorry, which motion was it?
Motion 7.
7?
It'd be with Tom. It'd be with Tom.
Yeah, I haven't been caught up on all the emails yet. Chief.
It seemed to me that there was an email from Tom that I guess the application period had expired for the Safe Indigenous Communities that they were going to apply for, and he's looking for additional funding. But I guess what the scope of the work was, it was supposed to be a committee struck, is what the council's understanding was. Okay, any other items for follow-up? Josh?
No items for follow-up, but just a reminder that we do have the audit, the community audit meeting tomorrow night at
That's right.
7 p.m.
That's correct. Okay, if there's no other follow-up items, then just a few corrections. Council meetings outside of the territory.
I don't see any on the list.
No, I think I've already have a motion to go to the Chiefs Committee on Health meeting tomorrow and the next day. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Chief, there was an outstanding request for Chris. He went to the AI housing meeting at the beginning of March.
Yes,
There wasn't any motion approving his attendance. I think he might have sent an email to you saying he was interested in going. He did go, but there was nothing in the minutes.
okay.
So we haven't processed his claim yet because it's not.
Okay, then I will ask for a motion then to approve that, to backdate it. Is there a mover?
Which one was that, sorry?
Sorry, it was the AI, it was a meeting on housing. It was by AI. It was the beginning of March. And I believe the chief and Tommy and I think Chris wrote him in an email.
No,
saying he
I
was
wasn't
interested.
available.
But you didn't end up going.
I would just say put on the next agenda.
Put it on the next agenda? Sure.
Thank you.
Be my preference. I don't know anybody else.
Yeah,
Fine
that's
with
fine.
No, we can do that.
Yep.
So I have a motion to go to Iroquois caucus. Okay, so that's my meetings outside the territory. Do you have any, Josh?
Nope.
Ted? Stacia?
No.
Okay, so we just put none there. Okay. The Via Rail High Frequency Railway Line. This is not going to go through our Simcoe deed lands. It's going to go around Peterborough that way. But they have to consult us, so the High Frequency Railway Line project is hoping that you might be available in the coming weeks to schedule a meeting where we can review the recent HR project updates, including the February 17th launch request for qualifications, which you have received, recent communications on the capacity funding program, and to start to develop an early engagement plan for early current phase of HRF moving forward. So the last communication that I had with them over the phone was some months ago. The plan at that time was that the route would be Peterborough, because I said, is it going to be going through our traditional land claim area? But I guess the concern that I did voice was that if there was any impact on wildlife, because our people do hunt deer and geese and stuff like that, what was the impact on fisheries or hunting? And again, we have not done a lot of the research report that was done by Catherine Gibson still has to be peer reviewed, so that hasn't been filed anywhere yet. So I think all we can do is note it. Now, was my calendar free for June the 2nd, right, Dempsey? Just book a date that's free then, and I'll meet with them. The High Frequency Railway Line. It's basically it's really information sharing. Does any council want to be involved when they meet with we get updated on the high frequency railway project?
All depends what time I guess you're scheduled for. Maybe I might be available.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then take out your calendars then for June the 2nd.
I think I respond by email. It says June 2nd, I believe. I think you sent that around email, didn't you? So yeah.
Stacia, do you want to be involved in that discussion with of the update on the high frequency railway line project?
Yes, I would actually. That'd be great.
Josh?
June the 2nd,
June
I'm
the
helping
2nd.
out at the food bank golf tournament.
Oh, is that the food bank golf?
Back there, yeah.
So the annual general assembly for AIA is on the 8th. They're proposing June the 2nd or 8th. So I guess will we go ahead with the 2nd then? Or do you want to have all other dates?
If
I'm
June
okay
2nd
with
works
it.
for you guys.
Yeah.
It shouldn't take any
information
more
stuff.
than an hour, I would think. What time, Ted? Are you available?
Probably late morning, afternoon. I think at
Morning
this
or
point. It all
afternoon?
depends. I'm not sure what comes in my work. that
Stacia,
morning.
what time are you available?
I'm open that day, so you set the time.
So I guess we'll have a
Fine.
motion then to make it June the 2nd. Who will move?
I can move.
Moved by Ted. Who will second?
I can second.
Stacia?
Did you identify a time on June 2nd?
Well, what time would you prefer?
I think we can go to, I guess, for looking at your schedule, Chief. What, do you have a preference for that day?
My schedule is clear that day so far. And so Ted said he's available in the morning or afternoon, and you said you're available all day, so I guess we'll whatever time they give us. How about 11 o'clock?
Sounds good.
Would you be available early morning, or is that all day starts early?
I think it starts at 11, but there's prep before that.
Oh, okay.
But if you guys are good, I'm
Would 10
Okay,
work for you?
probably not. We're-
9 o'clock work for you?
I'd say schedule it when you just can, and if I can join next.
See what
Okay.
works for them as well, Chief. I
Happy,
guess
yeah.
those
They may
Yeah.
be only available at 1 o'clock.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
don't know their schedule, so they were just suggesting those dates.
folks give them the day anyway.
Okay, tentatively, we'll schedule it for 11 o'clock, and AMS will send out a note to the council when the time is identified. So that'll be an action item for AMSI to notify the council the time on June 2nd. Okay, the motion is carried then. June 2nd will be the meeting date to meet with the high frequency railway line project. But as I mentioned before, the last report, it was not going through our territory.
We didn't have anything on the June.
I'm sorry, AMS, I couldn't hear.
They weren't on our list.
What meetings were there in June? It wasn't noted on the report here. Yeah, we have that in our minutes, I believe.
Who's going to that? Or isn't there supposed to be an MCR?
Is there a
Because of
motion for
voting.
the AIA meetings in Wata? There isn't,
So-
okay. Okay, give us the dates then. In future, can we put them on the agenda here so we don't have to go look at it with councils in session? So it's AIAI. What was it? June what? 6 to 8.
6,
okay.
7, 8.
Annual General Assembly in Thunder Bay,
That's June the 15th, I think.
June 13th to 15th.
Yes.
And then there's the Hassab meeting in Niagara Falls, June 26th, 27th. And the OFMLP AGM on June 1st.
And that's virtual or in person?
That's for sure.
So then we'll have to backpedal and get a motion then for those dates. The AIAI,
First OFMLP.
I got that here.
Oh, okay.
June the 1st is the Open LP in Toronto, the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership. AIAI AGA is June the 6th to the 8th, and the COO Annual General Assembly in Thunder Bay is June the 13th to the 15th, and the Health Social Advisory Board is June the 26th and 27th in Niagara Falls. Do we have a motion to attend these meetings?
I'll
Just
move.
one addition,
Oops.
Chief. I think that you have a Chiefs Council meeting on June 5th as well.
Yes, I mentioned that earlier, that June the 5th is the leadership meeting with the Premier.
I believe the AI Chiefs Council meeting is on the 5th as well. Prior to the HEA.
It's a busy Monday. We're regular that day, get this that day.
Oh, yeah.
So does council approve the attendance at these meetings? First of all,
Yeah, the AIA, I'll be attending virtual.
so Ted
This
is,
is hybrid, so I'm not.
okay, if you're attending virtual, then you don't need a motion.
Yeah, I don't need a motion.
Is anybody going to attend the meeting in person from council? The AIAGA.
Are you gonna be able to join virtual though, Josh? Because it's a voting, right? Yeah.
Can we vote virtually?
I did before.
Did you?
Yeah. I'm not, I can't remember
I
how
mean,
we did it. But
I'm not asking to be a voting delegate, but I'd like to watch the AGA virtually as
during,
well.
Well,
I've
oh,
done that
we did.
last
there's election of the deputy grand chief and
both positions, aren't they?
both positions, and so the council should show up to vote for our candidate. It doesn't look good if we nominate a candidate and we don't show up to vote for them.
We can vote on, it's a hybrid.
They're gonna let people vote online?
Oh, can you find out for sure? I'll need some time if I gotta readjust my schedule.
You can confirm that, yeah, I'd like to vote.
I'll tell you what, MZ, could you send Jeff Stonefish an email and ask him if the councilors are joining by Zoom or Teams? Is there capacity to do that, first of all, at WATA? And secondly, can they vote online? And if not, can they send a ballot ahead of time so they can vote and I can take it with me? So Stacia, you'll obviously be in attendance. You're the deputy grand chief.
I will be.
And I will attend in person. And so we need to hear from Chris and the rest of council if you're going to attend in person. We'll find out today.
Yeah.
Whether you can vote on.
I'll attend in person if we have to be there to vote. I can do that.
Okay.
But if not, then I'll join virtual.
I think we're allowed to have 5 votes.
7, and I think 2 of them can be youth.
And 2
council-
have to be staff, a youth and
Youth
Two
council.
are youth, I think.
Yeah,
2 youth.
At least that's what they.
out of the 7, right? I think so.
Okay, so is anybody going to go to do you want to go to observe the annual Chiefs of Ontario meeting? And I've asked them to confirm whether or not we're going to have a quorum, because I get really tired of spending all that time and money to go to a Chiefs annual general assembly, then we don't have a quorum. What's been happening in the past is they approve the audit, then a lot of the delegates get up and leave, and then we don't have quorum to do any other business. We have a discussion, but no lack of decision. So it's paralyzing the operations of the Chiefs of Ontario. So I voiced this concern before, and these committees function the same way. The Chiefs Committee on Health and Energy are functioning well, and the Chiefs Committee on Energy is functioning well. But these other committees, I've been on leadership calls where they have to call around to get the Grand Chiefs to join so they can have a quorum to conduct business. Okay, so we will have then, I guess if you're going to go, let the staff know. And then the HISAB I'll attend that. And the Open LP will attend, that's a Chiefs meeting. So is there a motion then to approve attendance at these meetings? Moved by Ted. Is there a seconder? Josh? Stacia, are you agreeable?
I am.
Motion is carried. Thank you. DMC approved. The next is the Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund application scope of work. The application deadline for the new DMAP funding is July the 19th. We've engaged Dillon Consulting to assist with the new application. We need to confirm the scope of the work for the application. There's no limit on the request for funding, but contributions are 75% infrastructure and 25% MBQ. There's no provision, a provision that allows for Indigenous to seek support from other federal. There's a provision that allows for Indigenous communities to seek support from other federal departments. The recommendation is to apply for all the remaining on-service roads at an estimated cost of $46,780,000. Contribution from MBQ is $35,085. 35 million. Let's start again. The estimated cost is $46,780,000 from DMAF, and application for MBQ application, DMAF application is for $35,085,000, and MBQ portion would be $11,695,000. And then the plan is to lobby ISC to cost share MBQ's contribution amount. And I'll see if the department will pay for it all, like they did with the 4.4 million project. Does council approve this strategy?
I'll move that.
Moved by Ted. Who will second it?
I can second.
Stacia? May 23rd, 2023. And we've been very successful in our lobby with the department on water projects, and it still is a priority of the government. The motion is carried. The next item, number 6, is the MBQ Roads Work Plan. Indigenous Services Canada has provided enhanced roads funding for 2022-23 and 23-24. We have a significant budget this year to undertake a robust work plan addressing program requirements, major capital projects, and unopened road allowance extension requests. Please see the attached briefing note for recommended priorities. Seeking authorities to proceed with the recommended work plan as detailed in the briefing note. So, ISC confirmed the enhancing roads funding of $4,720,534 for 23-24. The anticipation of carrying over approximately $7.5 million into 23-24 fiscal year, subject to year-end adjustments, deducting program operational requirements of $1,250,000. Remaining anticipated balance for 23-24 fiscal total is $11 million. Council has received numerous requests for road extensions over the years and have requested they be placed on the capital plan for consideration when funding became available. Annual ISC funding for roads is typically $405,000 a year. MTO, First Nations Road Subsidy Program, provides a maximum of $364,200 per year. We were also approved $150,000 supplementary funding for this year. In addition, we received $24,191 from the county annually for winter summer maintenance. The priorities: York Road Rehabilitation Phase 3, 3.3 kilometers from Wyman's Road to Highway 49. The description of the work is road-based improvements, bridge repairs, and repave. The design completed construction cost is $7.5 million. The Lower Slash Road, 2.4 kilometers, reconstruction Highway 49 to Bells Road. Pulverized base improvements, ditching, surface treatment, design $100,000, construction $2.5 million. Wyman's Road, 3.23 kilometers, reconstruction. The work is pulverized base improvements, ditching, and surface treatment. Design was $100,000, construction of $3.5 million. The unopened road allowances, Patty Brinklow, 800 Marks Road right-of-way, 800,000. Brett Green, 400 meters of Milltown Road south of Ridge, 500,000. Homeland Drive extension potential for additional homes in the area, 1.6 kilometers extension west from existing Homeland Drive, 1.6 million. So there's a number of roads there that other work that has to be done. There are guide rail assessments, there are equipment needs, trucks, plows, natural gas generator, a pole barn, shop repairs, and roads need study, and the OSIM bridge inspection study. And then there's just a number of road extensions. Eli's Lane South to create additional homes, 300,000. A road going down in where the power line into from Ridge Road down to the bay, just west of All Saints Church, that's 1,340,000. Hickory Road to be determined. Marks Road, 572,000. Eli's Lane from Hickory Road North, 130,000. The Church Lane extension north, 130,000. That road is in bad repair. 75 meters extension from Young Street to Trinity Church, 25,000. 450 meter extension east from Beach Road. There's no cost estimate. 1,150 meters of Upper Slash Road, Milltown West, 1,150,000. Then there's other costs for the guide rails, the work plan. The guide rails, 170,000. The truck plow, 350,000. Standby natural gas generator, $19,970.96. The pole barn would cost 180,000 for the design and construction. Shop repairs to be determined. Road needs study, 30,000, and the bridge inspections report would cost 20,000. Major capital projects. The summary. York Road, I've already went through these items already. So the anticipating remaining balance will be $10,870,226.40. So that's made up of deferred revenue, subject to year-end adjustments of $7.5 million. Indigenous Services Canada, $4.7 million. Street lights, $18,654. Minor capital allocation, $112,652. MT road allocation, $364,200. MTO supplementary allocation of $150,000. County of Hastings, $24,186. The total from all sources, $12,890,226.41. Program expenses are $1.2 million. Program requirements are $770,000, leaving an anticipated balance of $10,870.226.40. And note here, as availability of land becomes further constrained due to scarcity, individuals will be looking to acquire unconventional parcels and locations that may demonstrate access to paper but physically require MBQ to open a road allowance to access for the home. Mortgage applications should include a review of the proposed location to identify any challenges with the site, such as a road access or hydro availability, in an effort to identify issues with significant financial implications to MBQ. TMC may wish to research the potential of acquiring lands adjacent to unopened road allowances for future development considerations. So the recommendation is to approve and proceed with the work plan as detailed in the briefing note of May the 1st, 2023. Does council approve?
Chief, I think the recommendations that I'm reading is that we put money aside to fix the York Road, Slash Road, and do that final roads needs and bridge studies, and construct the pole barn storage shed. Am I reading that correct? So I'll move the
It
recommendation.
says seeking authorization to proceed with the recommended work plan as detailed in the briefing note, so I presume it's all this stuff.
So I'll move the recommendations.
Yeah, 5 is there too.
And, yeah, and I'd also like to, and I have no problem approving the budget
Mhm.
front open road allowances. I'd just like more discussion around what that would look like.
Okay.
And maybe, you know,
Request more discussion on the, on open road
yeah,
allowances.
the budget is fine, though. If that fits within their budget.
Yeah,
I
the
have no problem with
recommendation is
that.
just to authorize the budget.
Yeah,
Approve the budget.
yeah. And then more discussion around, you know, there's gotta be some limits, I guess, right, or whatever, maybe, depending on what services have to be extended. So, whether ready for a mortgage or not, are you ready to build today or not? So all those kind of things will have to be considered for sure.
I can second that, Chief.
Moved by Ted and seconded by Josh. Are you in agreement, Stacia?
Yes, I am.
Okay, the motion is carried. So the motion will read that council approves the budget of 10 million.
So the motion will be to set aside 7.5 million for York Road
Yeah.
to design lower slash, to finalize the road needs and bridge studies, and to construct a pole barn slash storage shed with a budget of $180,000.
Got it.
Furthermore, to authorize a $3 million budget for unopened road allowances with a discussion to take place.
Yeah.
I think that's your motion, right? Ted?
Yeah.
I
Very
think
good.
I'll
Thank you.
second it.
Okay, motion is carried. I've noted that. Okay, got that. Motion is carried. Illegal dumping on the Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. To monitor of illegal dumping on the Tyendinaga, exploring options for trail camera implementation and other monitoring mechanisms. My recommendation, MVQ, consider option 2, given the currently successful protocol and overall community benefit without spending money that may be lost. So option 2.
I think it's on the back side of that second page you got.
Yeah, this wasn't printed till just before council started, so I didn't have an opportunity to read this over. So option 2 reads, implement a community outreach and educational program while maintaining the current reactive protocol for dumping responses. No need for increased staff capacity. The community and MVQ environment benefit from education, increased citizen reporting of dumping to appropriate MVQ staff. Time is provided for investigating enforcement gaps and updating the bylaw. No loss of money due to theft of equipment and inability to consistently monitor sites internally. So the recommendation is to not install the trail cams, but to implement option 2. Does council approve of the recommendation?
I'll move that, chief. And it's a start, it's a good start, and we'll see how that works. And maybe that's step 1, maybe step 2 would then be more monitoring, you know, with the cameras if this doesn't work.
I think what we need to do is have some costs brought back to council for the cleanup. Because at the airport, there was a dump started there, but I drove back in there to check it out and it's been all cleaned up. There's just some brush there now.
Yeah, it'd be good to get the cost, and then we can report that to the community as well, so they know. What
That's
that's
part of the
cost.
education piece, right?
Yeah, part of the education.
And
It's cost us $100,000, for example, right,
Yeah.
to clean up this. So if you see stuff like this happening,
look, I know I have reported to the police when I saw it, what I suspected something like that happening. And they did go right away.
So I think this would be a good start. We'll see how
Unfortunately,
this
it was one of
works.
our own band members that was illegally dumping.
And then like I say, then we'll see what step 2 might be if this doesn't work.
Maybe the option 1 is better insulated if option 2 is established.
Okay, Ted is approved then to adopt option 2.
That's the recommendation from staff.
The
chief, so
recommendation?
That's what I'm approving, so.
I support that. I can second it. And I agree with Ted. I think this is just the first step. We'll see how this goes. And I think it would be wise to revisit this to see how it's working.
And I'm good with that, Chief.
Okay, and Josh is good. The motion is carried. The number of councillors. So council does by resolution have the authority to increase the size of the councillors up to number 12 as prescribed in the Indian Act based on our population. We have done some surveys in the past that have indicated an interest in number increase in councillors. And so so there's an email here from Lisa. Would council like Lisa to come in and join us?
I don't think it would hurt.
Okay, can you ask her to come in? Thank you.
I don't know if she here. I think
Oh,
she
last
left
month.
to go take Trish back to the train.
Okay. So the background for our listeners is on October the 14th, 1953, the council of the day passed a motion, moved by Gerald Brandt, seconded by Clifford Miracle, that Billy John be appointed the electoral officer for the Tyendinaga Indian Reserve for 1953 band election. The number of councillors to be held be limited to 5, and that the candidate with the highest number of votes be declared the chief of the Tyendinaga Indian Reserve. That the polling hours be from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., that all Indian landowners on the reserve be allowed to vote in the band election regardless of residence. That an agent, Chief and Nelson Green be a committee to arrange details of the election with the electoral officer and other matters pertaining to organization of the election. On November the 26th, an order in council 1953-1827, this is a federal government order in council. We have not been able to locate a copy of the order in council. December the 21st, 1989, PC 1989-2523, this order in council revokes all orders made pursuant to subsection 74 of the Indian Act. Order in council PC 1953-1827 dated that November the 26th, 1990 is listed as one of the orders of council to be revoked. So where they could look is the departmental library on, it used to be on the 14th floor of the Terrace La Chaudière. There is a section there that all those orders and councils are there, Lisa, at the departmental library.
Sure, Chief. I guess the issue is that it's been revoked, so it's
Yeah.
other than having it for
But
our.
I just know that they couldn't
files.
locate it, but that's where you could look to find it.
Perfect, thank you.
So on the 29th of April, 1992, council was requested by the department to pass another motion. So I moved it as a councillor, and Doug Miracle seconded as a councillor of the Mohawks Bay Committee with respect to the Minister of Indian Affairs, either by ministerial order or governor and council proclamation, exempt the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte from the provisions of section 74(2) of the Indian Act, which requires council to consist of 1 chief and 12 councillors. Further, the council shall continue to consist of 1 chief and councillor as was established when ordered in council PC 1953-1827 dated November 26, 1953 was carried. June the 5th, the ministerial order issued by Audrey Dewar, Regional Director General of Department of Indian and Northern Affairs, Development, Ontario, pursuant to Section 74 of the Indian Act, and on the date of this order, the council of the Mohawks of Quinte in the province shall consist of 1 chief and 4 councillors. Below is the wording of Section 74 of the Indian Act. This section is referred to by orders identified above. Elected councils, whenever he deems it advisable for the good and government of a band, the minister may declare by order that after a day to be named therein, the council of the band consisting of a chief and councillor shall be selected by elections to be held in accordance with this act. The composition of council, unless otherwise ordered by the minister, the council of band in respect to which an order has been made shall consist of one chief and one councillor for every 100 members of the band, but the number of councillors shall not be less than 2 and not nor or more than 12, and no band shall have more than one chief. The regulation. The governing council may, for the purpose of giving effect to subsection 1, make orders or regulations to provide that the chief of band shall be elected by the majority of votes of the electors of the band, or the majority of the votes of the elected councillors of the band from among themselves. There's two ways of doing it. But the chief so elected shall remain a councillor, and the councillors of the band shall be elected by a majority of the votes of the electors of the band, or a majority of the votes of the electors of the band in the electoral section in which the candidates reside, and the purposes to represent on the council of the band. So we don't have a ward system here, so it's just a general vote for the whole reserve. The electoral sections of reserve shall, for voting purposes, consist of one electoral section, except that where the majority of the electors of a band were present and voted at a referendum or special meeting held and called for the purpose in accordance with the regulations, have decided that the reserve should vote for voting reserves be divided into electoral sections, and the minister so recommends, the governing council may make orders or regulations to provide for the division of the reserve for voting purposes and into not more than 6 electoral sections, containing as nearly as may be an equal number of Indians eligible to vote, and provide for the manner in which the electoral sections so established are to be distinguished or identified. So 6 Nations has that system of electoral districts. We do not. During the 2017 elections, there was an opportunity for members voting in person to do a survey regarding the number of councillors. The results of the survey are below. 4 councillors received 300 votes, 6 councillors 304, 8 councillors 40, spoiled question 7. There were 651 people expressed their opinion in that survey. In 2019, Empower Consulting was contracted to engage MBQ members regarding elections. MP Power Consulting conducted information sessions and a survey. The survey asked members, which election system would you choose? How many councillor positions should make up the size of the council? How many years should the term be? When would you like to see the election take place? Would you like to see advanced polls? The results of the survey for questions: how many councillor positions should make up council? 4 councillors, 16 people voted. 6 councillors, there were 60. 8 was 12. 10 was 0. 12 councillors, 4. There was 92 people participated in that survey. Items to consider when increasing the size of council. Population increase. The Mohawks of Bay Quinte membership has increased substantially over the years. Our population of April 30th, 2023 is 10,886 members. Our population will continue to increase with each revision to the Indian Act. Increase in administration and programs. With the increase in membership over the last 30 years since the 1992 order comes in an increase in programs that are necessary to be offered, as well as an increase in the size of the administration. Our overall administrative budget as well has increased substantially. Number of portfolios. With the increase in membership and programs and services offered and necessary administrative staff, this causes the number of portfolios to increase as well. While the broad subject topics remain consistent, the information meeting times with managers and directors increases with each program offered. With additional council members, the portfolio allocation can be redesigned and spread over more people. As well, there may be opportunity to have councillors assigned to a portfolio if it is a topic that has several issues or projects going on. Or alternatively, one councillor could be a backup when the first councillor is away. External advocacy. Additional councillors will increase the ability for external advocacy. Relationship with both the federal and provincial governments, as well as the local municipalities, neighboring First Nations, communities, and organizations. There are several meetings happening and there is not always a counselor available to attend. Additional counselors will help alleviate this situation. Budget impacts. There will be a budget impact for additional counselors. Increase in honorarium budget line as well as travel and hospitality for meetings. Some of this can be mitigated with only selected counselors traveling for a particular meeting or limiting hospitality to certain meetings. However, the last few councils have a history of very limited travel for meetings and lobbying. So any increase in travel will impact the budget. Importance of orientation. With at least 2 new counselors coming on board, there will be an increase with the importance of orientation for council processes and learning the current programs and files they're working on. The need for time to be set aside for council orientation, review, development of a strategic plan will help tremendously in overcoming the learning curve of new members to the council table. The nomination process. We need to share the importance of nominations to the community, ensuring the community is aware that if only 6 councillors nominees are put forward, the council will be determined by acclamation. So, the council has expressed an interest in increasing the size of council. So is council prepared to make a resolution today to do that? If so, the floor is open for discussion. I thought I heard councillors express an interest in increasing it to 6. And if we want to do that, all we have to do is pass a resolution and send it to the department, and they can use the Indian Act to adjust the size of council for the upcoming election.
And we have time to do that, Lisa, for this election this year?
Yes.
That I'm unaware of. I'm not sure of that. I have, there is drafted MCR wording.
I think, Lisa, the ministerial authorities delegated down to the regional director general.
I believe so, Chief.
So then
it's
Michael
supposed to
O'Byrne
have
could approve
short-term
that as soon as he gets it.
run. Mhm.
So Stacia?
Thanks, Lisa, for putting this together. I think it's really helpful just to outline the history of where it is that we are today. Yeah, I think the question is similar to Ted's, just in terms of timing. When would we need to pass this resolution by in order for it, I guess, to be valid for this upcoming election? So maybe a little bit more about the process of once the MCR has passed, then what are those next steps? And then how long would it take for a decision to come back, or when do we need to have this submitted by?
Well, I think if council passed the resolution today, I think the turnaround would be fairly quickly from Michael O'Byrne back to the council. Then you would have to notify right away that on our website and to the members that the election for this December, that there would be a chief and a much larger council, and you'd have to determine whatever that number, if it was 6, you'd say that will consist of a chief and 6 councillors. I've not heard any councillor say they wanted to divide the reserve into electoral districts. It was just the number of councillors, it was the discussion.
It's an interesting thought, though.
Yeah.
But so we could deal with that separately.
Yeah,
I think the discussion was around the size of the council, and I think it would be a good thing, because pretty much the lobby work has been done by Todd and I and Justin on the engineer, and mostly Tom and I on the long-term care. And then there's housing issues, and and it's been successful so far with the millions of dollars that have come in to the reserve, and we've lobbied for roads, and council as a whole has lobbied for natural gas with the government. I think, Ted, you've been to those meetings with the ministers, but
I'll ask the question. What
ahead.
would be the benefit to going to 6 councillors, in your opinion?
well, I think they could spend more time on their own portfolios. The councillors really are not here full-time jobs, so the councillors work at other jobs, so the employment is a factor. So I think if they had maybe a smaller portfolio, they might be able to pay closer attention to the issues. And the councillors provide broad oversight to their work, and their job is to bring recommendations to the table that are for issues that need to be done in their portfolio.
So we'd be looking at,
They're the political expert of that portfolio on council.
so I know there's a lot of shared portfolios. Would we be looking at having the new councillors take those on individually? Would be looking at, like, for instance, health is massive. The health portfolio, it could almost be divided into 2 itself, health and social.
Yeah, I would agree with dividing it because there's a lot of work that's needs to
Yeah,
be done.
so that's,
Mental health.
I'm just asking a question for discussion purposes. If what's the, not the driving force, but what's the impacts, potential impacts of having more counselors? If it's more hands for more work kind of thing, like it's,
Better represented the community as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got a large population.
even the largest by membership First Nations in the country,
So different part of
with
different
with the
circles.
smallest council.
I think we're the fourth largest in Ontario, maybe the sixth largest.
What is there, a smaller council than us? Is there anybody where that's rocking 2 or 3 councils?
Not a community this size.
So we're the 4th largest, but the smallest.
So would there be any council will be willing to entertain increasing the size of council to achieve and 6 councillors? If so, we would, Lisa?
Sorry, I just wanted to address Stacia's question that she had put out there. Stacia, I still have not received a response back from Indigenous Services on a process or timelines. Why I drafted the draft MCR wording was to hopefully send that off, sign it, get it approved and send off, and then in hopes that ISC would then respond to that with what the time frame is and how long. I think it's just an administrative process on their side.
Yeah, I think so. And I doubt very much that the department's going to second guess why council's doing that. If they want their size of council, his job is simply to approve it, to make it legal.
You're not asking for 14. You're not asking to go outside, right?
It's within the scope of what's allowed in the, you could ask for 12 if you wanted to, but if you wanted to, but again, the survey doesn't support much support for that size of council, or 10. But there seemed to be a significant number in the first that preferred 6.
Is there any possibility of, I guess, setting things in motion if we were to proceed, but at the same time utilizing, like, there's a reason why these surveys were conducted. Is there anything stopping us from putting out our intention, or at least our exploration, of going to 6 councillors and request considerations? Like you've provided considerations, Lisa, with your briefing note for the number of, whether it's the impact on the budget, the number of portfolios, but is there any appetite to pursue additional considerations from community members about what expanding? Like, we're not talking about 12 or 8. We're not talking about, we're saying, we're thinking about going to 6. Does anybody have any input on that? I would like to do that if possible. Whether you have a huge load of people providing feedback, I'd like to give them the opportunity, because maybe there's something that we should be considering that we haven't thought of.
Okay.
Well, but I'm supportive of doing what we need to do to make that a possibility to go to 6 for the next election. But I would just like to see if there's, whether it's a 2-week window, whether it's a 4-week window of,
You want to give them plenty of notice before nomination day.
I'm not talking necessarily about the election itself. I'm talking about us changing this, and if there's any comments for that change, because this has to all be done well in advance of the election.
So you'd like to, so then you'd like a notice put out to the community members to say that the council's entertaining a motion of changing the size of our council to achieve in 6 councillors.
Yeah.
And is there any opposition?
Any again,
Or any comments?
Yeah, I would say any input, any considerations, because that could include opposition, that could include support, right? So it's any feedback, any considerations. Because at the end of the day, that's what they're considerations, right? Things we need to think about when we make these decisions. But Stacia?
No, I agree with that. I think having something similar to some of our other engagement consultation processes, where we have a portal open for 30 days or so, have that notice go out with the intention to increase the number of councillors, and we'll collect that feedback and summarize that and review that, and that'll inform our final decision. So I support that.
I can make that motion. Ted, you got any comments
Okay.
before I do?
I support
Okay.
that, that's fine.
Josh and seconded by Ted. Okay, we can put out a notice for 30 days.
Yeah, however, are
that
there any
reasonable?
thoughts on that? Was that reasonable?
I think that's reasonable. I just need to know the time frame that you would like.
The
that
month of
posted.
June?
Month of June.
Okay,
That's good.
Okay.
thank you. Gives us a couple of days to prepare that.
Yeah.
So anyway, but I think that gives plenty of time. Then if it's approved, because usually what's happened after we had those other surveys, people say, well, we voted and we marked the survey and nothing happened. Why?
Well, can you still not engage the
been two
department to
surveys.
say that even we're doing this?
I will. I
And
will
say
send that.
TMC is engaging the community for the possibility, like even that at least then gets them on notice, or this is
Yeah.
a possibility ahead of our election.
I
I
think
will
one of
ask
the
very
reasons
specific
why,
questions.
why it hasn't, like Chief, to answer some of the Chief's question there, is why it hasn't happened right away, is because we were looking at the overall picture, changing the length of term, not just how many councils.
And remember,
And
Tom,
what act did we go into, we custom or not? And so that's a big,
So
big
we'll
lot
do
of work.
this one little piece.
this is the first step again, I think, yeah.
and remember Tom Vincent did a paper for the council on custom election, and
Yeah.
Kelly did too. You had her under contract. Again,
Mhm.
that came to council. We didn't, nothing was decided really on that.
Yep, I think I have that stuff, those things pulled together, but, we'll work on getting this word out. We'll get a flyer done up and sent out, posted, as well as, I'll talk to Bryce about setting up like an email, and then we'll figure out who's gonna be the person to take phone calls.
I think a draft flyer would be good too. And the question I asked earlier, and the council and chief can maybe provide content, is why we're looking at doing this, and if it's for some of the reasons that we've outlined.
Yeah.
Whether it's to
Yeah.
be more representative of the whatever, just I guess ahead of that draft. So
Yeah.
the first is next Thursday. So
Yeah, we'll pull some things together and get, Rebecca to do up a flyer for us, and then we can circulate that.
that would be mailed.
Well, most of your population's off, you're not gonna hit them.
So, well, we can do a flyer out, we can put it on our social media, we can,
I don't
If
think
we're-
any one means or avenues of communication is going to
Yeah.
reach everybody. So I would ask that we do as many as possible. So
right, but,
not everybody has Twitter, but some people do. Not everybody lives on the territory, but some people do.
right, so what I'm not anticipating is doing a mail out to every member of MBQ and incurring postage charges of upwards of, $15,000 or something like that. But we'll get it on all of our media outlets, our social media outlets. We'll do our local flyer. As we do, hopefully word spreads, and we will endeavor to either do, we'll get Bryce to set us up an email, and then we'll figure out who's taking phone calls.
Now, this business registration, I see it's for 65 Dundas Street, Desron. Is that on the reserve? The next item, number 10?
Yes,
EDL
Chief,
bus?
that business registration is within the territory.
Okay. Kamachi Group. We'll go on to number 10 then.
We want to get through all these business registrations, grab lunch, and then
Yeah.
we have a guest at 1.
I'd like to do that.
Perfect.
Is the lunch here, Shelley? All right, we'll take a 20-minute break for lunch, then we'll,
Oh, actually, yeah, that'll get you to your 1 o'clock.
okay?
Sure.
20-minute break for lunch?
Yep,
A
and
recess?
I am, buzzing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chief Miracle here at the council meeting on May the 23rd. We're now in the regular afternoon session. We're going to have our Director of Finance has asked for an in-camera session for the BMO Nesbitt Burns presentation. And so I will ask for a motion to go in private.
Mike, come on.
Moved by Ted. Is there a seconder?
I can second.
Stacia, Josh, are you agreeable?
Yes.
Okay. Working now? Good afternoon. Sego Sawatwego, Chief Miracle here. We're in the afternoon regular session of council on May the 23rd, 2023. And we are now at item number, new business registrations, item number 9. So the first one is Camden Thomas Lawrence, application for Kamachi Group at 65 Dundas Street, Deserano, Ontario. It's a consulting business. Is there a motion to approve?
Yes. I move the recommendation to approve.
Moved by Ted, who'll second it?
Yeah, I'll second that, Chief.
Josh? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. The next one is for DDL Voss Painting. The recommendation is to approve. And Derek Voss at 329 York Road is the proprietor. It's a painting business. Hi,
I can
Chris.
move.
Moved by Stacia.
I'll second.
Stacia, Ted. And Chris Miracle has now joined, Councillor Chris Miracle has now joined us in session. Chris, we're on item number 11. So the next one is the Res Girl Creations. The owner is Randy Miracle, and it's Res Girl Creations, teachings of ribbon skirts and ribbon shirts. They're open from Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Motion to approve.
I can move.
Stacia
I'll second that, Chief.
and Josh. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Item number 12. The business register for Tyendinaga Goriux. And it is owned by Leanne Barberstock. And it's about acrylic art and craft work. Motion to approve.
I can move.
Josh, who will second it?
I'll second.
Ted? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed?
I'm not
Seeing-
opposed, but I'll declare my conflict of interest.
Stacia, conflict. Noted. Chris, you in favor? Sure. Motion's carried. Item number 13. A business renewal by Trevor Brandt on 22 York Road. It's Created Visions. It's carvings and crafts.
I'll move that, Chief.
Moved by Josh
I'll second it.
and seconded by Chris. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? The motion is carried. Item number 14. A business renewal for Ever Young. And Jason Young is the business owner, and the type of the business is
This is healthcare.
healthcare. Healthcare.
I'll move, Chief.
Moved by Josh,
I'll second it, Chief.
Josh and Chris. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. The next one is David R. Miracle. The business is for Native Expressions. And it's an art gallery, the cabin and rod rentals and a retreat on Bayshore Road.
I can move.
Moved by Stacia. Who will second?
I'll second.
Ted? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. The next one is the Quick Stop Subway on Highway 49. I think that's self-explanatory. It's a Subway shop. Is there a motion to approve this? And then
I'll
the
move,
owner is
Chief.
Robin Brandt.
I'll move.
Who moved? Chris? Is there a seconder?
One
I can
question.
second. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
So where it says, please state the type of business ownership, i.e. sole proprietorship, partnership. Attach a list of names and address of partners, shareholders, and proof of incorporation. It lists partnership, but doesn't say who the partners are. I don't know if that's something.
You know, I might think it might be his father, Paul Brandt, but I'm not certain of that. Can we ask Lisa, please?
That's my
Who the
only,
partner is?
my only question, if that's needed.
They're the owners of that business, but the property.
Just because it says if, please state if it's a partnership and attach a list of names, it says partnership.
While we're waiting on that, we will go on to the next one. Okay, we'll just set it aside when they're here.
You got to move in a second. I just put that up for clarification on my end.
Okay, can we just report who the partner is at the next meeting, or do you want to hold it?
I just asked for clarification. That's all. If it's
Okay, then,
moved in second and then Teddy's good with it, then it's
okay, so then I guess the motion will be carried then, but we note that the council wishes to be informed who the partner is.
I'm good with it.
Subway shop. That'll be an action item to bring that information.
Just
back.
conditional, like a support, yeah. If it's filled out properly, then it's good to go. If it's not, then it's not.
The motion is carried on that condition, and we have to be notified who the partner is. Okay, the next one is for Sam's Little Variety. And Sam's Little Variety is owned by Wanda San Martin.
I'll move, Chief.
It's on Bayshore Road, and it's a convenience store and baby tackle. Chris is the mover. Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I can second that, Chief.
Josh? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. The next one is Smokin' Speedway. And the owner is Virginia Miracle, Lisa Miracle Sexsmith. And the type, it's a convenience store. And Is this the gas, is this the gas station too? Just convenience. Okay. Is there a mover to approve this?
I can move.
Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder for the business registration for Smoke and Speedway?
Yeah, I can second that.
I'll second. Oh, sorry, Josh.
Josh, anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? The motion is carried. The next one is the variety store. Russell Loft on 606 Norway Side Road, and it's a convenience store.
I'll move that, Chief.
Moved by Chris
I can second.
and Stacia. The motion is carried. Number 20, Enbridge. There's nothing in the file folder for Enbridge. Okay, well, just note that there was nothing in the file. There's an MCR. Do you want to check with Todd on that? Somebody send Todd.
You went to the drive, and the executive advice for Enbridge expansion, XCR, and all work upload to the drive.
Okay, do you have, does the council have it in their drive?
Not yet.
You're putting it in there now?
To save time, can you just read the resolution, Shelley, please, into the record? Or Angela, if you have you have a microphone there, Shelley doesn't.
Just let me find it.
Has anybody on council
Yep.
been able to locate it?
It's not in it, Chief. Shelley's putting it in.
Oh, she's uploading it now.
Yeah.
Says draft MCR wording supporting Enbridge's application to ISC for extension amendment to the existing 2082 permit. And the wording.
Just speak into the mic so people can hear you, Angela.
Yep, just a second. Just trying to find it. The MCR says, whereas the Tyendinaga Mohawk Council has identified expanding access to natural gas throughout the community as a priority, and whereas the Tyendinaga Mohawk Council recognizes the need to reduce gas emissions through utilizing higher efficiency appliances, and whereas the Tyendinaga Mohawk Council is working towards ensuring our members have access to a diversified energy model that includes access to natural gas, and whereas the proposed new servicing areas to be extended natural gas are identified as follows: portion of Lower Slash Road, portion of York Road, portion of Ridge Road, portion of Homeland Drive, portion of Wyman's Road. Therefore, be it resolved that the Tyendinaga Mohawk Council supports the 2082 application by Enbridge to Indigenous Services Canada for an extension to the natural gas lines within the Tyendinaga Mohawk territory.
Okay. And the cost of that project is around $10 million. $8 million is something is being provided for by, I understand, Ontario. And then $2 million is financed by by, I guess, with a 23% surcharge on the gas bill. That's my understanding of how the infrastructure is paid for. But it's a $10 million project, $8 million of it is subsidized. Does council wish to proceed with this?
They're already doing it, aren't they? Isn't that what all that road work's done?
Apparently, there's Enbridge made a $16 billion profit, so that's being questioned by some of our community members. But again, I guess if it's to go ahead, then council does have to pass that permit for it to happen. Enbridge still says that they will still be the cheapest heating source in any of the type of utilities. Again, I'm not an expert on that, but that's what their analysis.
Well, that, okay, yeah, because a new twist in that was that surcharge for the infrastructure.
Well,
I
again,
didn't- They didn't
they-
indulge us.
They,
Let us know that.
Melanie Green sent me an email, which I did send around.
Yeah. Yeah, I
And she
recall
did,
seeing
she
that.
did say that all of that information was shared
Mm.
at the,
One of the open
during
houses.
the open sessions, and that, so they were there, and the community members did have an opportunity to come out and ask questions, but one member felt that, one household felt that they were not informed.
Well, it wasn't clear, probably made clear. I think that's probably
I wasn't
and I
quite
wasn't-
up
I
on the
wasn't totally
surcharge
clear on that
either, so.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be, I've sent, I've spoken to P. Todd Smith about it, and to see if we can get some relief there, either on the delivery charge or or this whole thing. But right now, there's a two-price system by the looks of it. I stand to be corrected on that, but Melanie Green is coming here sometime. Is it next week, MC? Melanie Green is going to come sometime next week. She's looking for a date.
I'd like a little more clarity on that $2 million, because I was under the impression that was $8 million project and it was all funded by the government.
No, there's, I've learned through a community member sending me an email that there was a 23-cent surcharge, and we did
Yeah,
have some emails going back and forth, and then they clarified it that it was to pay for the infrastructure. Any new development, there's a surcharge for the people hooking up to that line. They have to pay a 23% surcharge, and that pays for the infrastructure, part of the
23%,
infrastructure.
23 cents. My question is going to be to
23
Melanie.
cents a cubic meter.
My question is going to be to Melanie. If no one signs up, what happens? Or if they don't get enough people sign up, what happens? And is it going to be more than 23 cents? Those are the kind of questions.
Well,
that I would
apparently
have.
people have signed up, and again, are they, I guess the question then is how many of them are cognizant of the 23% per cubic meter surcharge on top of the gas bill? So I don't think there should be a two-tiered pricing system, but that's the way
I
it
don't think
is,
so
and the
neither.
Ontario Energy Board approves these measures.
And I seen some of the information that went out last time was that, say Josh signed up, but he didn't hook up right away. There's looked like you have to pay back a $2,000 penalty or something if you don't. And I don't know what that time frame is. That was on information that was sent out.
Again, I don't feel
I think
comfortable.
we need a conversation with Melanie.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable speaking on pricing
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Enbridge, because I may be giving you misinformation.
Well, it was
so-
information that was given to people in the mail. I think that's all.
But anyway, they did say that everything was adequately explained to the people several times. And so, but some people just don't understand that part yet. Now, I don't know what was told to the members there, because it was an open house type of forum.
Well, they've had more than one open
It
house.
wasn't
I don't
like
think
a
it was
public
explained
meeting
in the
where
first
it was
open house.
It was one-on-one. So do you want to delay this resolution then to the next council and have Melanie attend?
Long as it doesn't delay the project, I guess it's not gonna. Well, we need clarity on that 2 million. Like, is council gonna be on the hook for that 2 million? If nobody signs up to it, then we need clarity on that.
Well, the thing about it is Ontario may allocate it to another person, another community that wants to go ahead. I don't know, but we're approval.
Yeah.
We've been approved. I don't know if there are critical deadlines
Mhm.
for well, Lisa's dealing with the resolution that's required under the permit system. Todd is very much hoping that they would get gas up to the water treatment plant to reduce some of the costs up there. Can you ask Todd if there's any deadline to send Melanie Green an email to ask her, are there any deadlines for this resolution?
I'd need clarification, like Ted said, about what if you go through with it, but nobody signs up.
Well, then I guess based on that, then they would construct it.
I don't know what they're based on construction on.
Where
Because I
where there's not enough density to cover, if there were more houses built along there, then obviously then maybe there wouldn't be the surcharge. But based on the number of hookups that are existing now, a surcharge would apply, because there's not the density of housing that they require to justify the cost. So the government pays, I guess in this case, 8 million of it. And I don't know if there's another way around it. If I could ask the department, I asked Mike LaBerne if they would provide any capital subsidy, because it would be like a poverty reduction measure to have a cheaper heating source, and whether or not they would pay the 2 million. Then if money came there with a surcharge still apply, I'd have to ask Melanie about that. But I did make the inquiry to Michael Byrne, and I just got the answer on Friday that it doesn't appear that there are, but it doesn't mean that we can't go and lobby.
Yeah.
Because poverty, offsetting inflation and poverty reduction is what the department's supposed to be doing. So do you want, so just ask Todd, is there any critical deadlines with this resolution? Or I can call Melanie and ask her. If you wish. Okay. We'll get an instant answer.
That's me. I don't know how the rest of the council feel. Is it okay with that? You okay with MCR? You want some more clarity?
Well, I'm totally opposed to Mohawk Bay Quinte contributing to any natural gas lines extensions. I've said that before, because in the early 1970s, when they wanted to run the line up 49, they gave us a blanket agreement saying any extensions of this natural gas line will be no cost to Mohawk Bay Quinte.
Nobody can find that agreement. We've asked
Okay,
to look.
but I've seen it. It used to be in the land's office, because when we negotiated to retrofit Huron Brant, they tried that, and I said, here's a letter. They did it Huron Brant. When we did Bayshore Road, they said contribution. I said, no, here's a letter. When we did extension to the airport, they tried it again. And then the new council put someone else in charge, and then fast forward, and now we're contributing. So I can't in good conscience. I like the idea of options.
We're actually, I don't believe council or MBQ's putting anything towards the
I think,
project.
we have in the past.
Yeah, we didn't pass. Yeah.
If we're not able to find this letter, are we at least able to find these agreements that took place when gas was extended at no cost, and then use that as
Well,
supporting documents, even though it's not the original that it's based off of? Do we have proof that they didn't require a contribution from MBQ for Huron Brant and Bayshore and everything else? And can we use that?
Well, actually, with the air, what you're thinking of, Chris, is the airport road and Ciro's Road.
No.
Bayshore Road.
We ran it down the airport road to service the airport
Yeah,
buildings.
exactly. But Bayshore Road, they serviced the airport, but Bayshore Road came when they wanted to bore under the bay, and we got the gas line installed there at that time.
Well, the Bayshore Road was done in the 90s.
No, it wasn't.
The Bayshore?
No, it wasn't. It was done the same time that York Road and Meadow Drive was done. The project you're thinking of is the one from the airport, from 49 Highway, Ciro's Road up to the airport. That's what that applies. But
And Huron Brant Drive North.
and of course Enbridge wasn't involved with it then. It was Union Gas.
But their predecessors would have to
Yeah.
have to honor it, because they took over the business. So
So all I'm saying is for those projects that happened where there was no MBQ contribution and they agreed to that, do we have documents to support that?
Well, then it should be, those terms and conditions should be in the permit that was issued by the department.
Yeah.
And so we would ask the council as an action item to ask for a copy of the 28-2 permit that was given to Union Gas.
Yeah. If you're saying this
To
original
construct-
letter
to construct
can't be
it.
found, but it was used as not necessarily negotiating piece, but as a reference point, then
So-
it should
so-
be referenced in other deals where these
So what we did for Bayshore Road,
agreements were.
what we did for Bayshore Road and York Road and Meadow Drive, was we paid, I think we contributed close to $1 million of that.
That's contrary to what Chris is saying.
well, that would have been after I've
Yeah.
no
but
longer been
because
part of it.
the projects, I know that the Bayshore Road was done at that time because we connected to the gas at the time.
So I'm saying whatever
But there was no surcharge.
whatever project that was done with no
And there
contribution.
was substantial savings to the homeowners, and there was substantial savings to all the heating costs of our band buildings. Huron Brant North had gas, so I think Huron Brant North had gas ahead of the Bayshore Road, but not the Bayshore Road.
But we did a retrofit at Huron Brant South, and we converted.
Yeah, no,
all-
Huron Brant had got gas, that was done, Chris, when you were the housing director, and the airport was serviced when you were the housing director. But the Bayshore Road was done in 2000, in 10 or something like that. Can you get me Melanie Green's phone number? Thought I had it here. Anyway, so we'll set that aside then until we get clarity. So we'll go on to 21. The J Treaty Border Alliance. So the request is they have a technical table that Chief Abram Benedict and former Chief Ava Hill work on, and they're asking all the communities to appoint somebody to the technical table. So the J Treaty Border Alliance was formed in 2017 for the purpose to collaborate on efforts to protect the rights preserved in the J Treaty, to create effective working relationship with U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Canada Border Service Agency, and to address issues that are unit to the U.S.-Canadian border. The J Treaty Border Alliance is actively working to advocate for the enactment and implementation of legislation addressing crossing the border issues facing by our members. In 2019, Robert Porter provided an overview of the J Treaty border efforts on the U.S. side to the Iroquois Caucus and invited the Iroquois Caucus to participate in their work. Chief Miracle is a member of the J Treaty Border Alliance Governance Table that meets quarterly and is comprised of the J Treaty Border Alliance First Nations Leadership and Government of Canada Representatives. Grand Chief Abram Benedict of Quasesli is the co-convener of the governance table. The J Treaty Border Alliance has 4 technical tables. Border crossing experience. So this documents any harassment or lack of recognition of our rights. The right of entry, the identification and travel documents that are needed, and entry of goods, and are seeking to fill spots at each table. The technical tables are comprised of First Nations representatives and government officials, and report to the governance table, who will bring the issues to the government officials. The technical tables meet monthly, virtually and in person, and are in the process of developing the terms of reference prior to working on issues. Currently, participation on the technical table is at the expense of the participants' community. Ava Hill, a J Treaty Border Alliance coordinator, reached out to Lisa Miracle and Tanya King Miracle to participate on the identification and travel document table. The identification and travel documents technical table meets virtually each month, with periodic in-person meetings that will be held in Tyendinaga, Six Nations, Ganawagi, or Ottawa. The other First Nations members are Alexis Shackleton, Director of Community Services, Ganawagi, Trevor Bombry, Director of Nation Building, Six Nations, and 7 representatives from the Government of Canada. Then on the back, there's just a table that shows you how it's structured. And so option 1 was to approve Lisa and Tanya to participate at the joint technical J Treaty Border Alliance technical tables for identification and travel documents. And the benefits are opportunity to provide input to the J Treaty Border Alliance technical tables and maintain awareness of advocacy efforts of the joint technical J Treaty Border Alliance as a whole. Drawbacks: travel expenses for meetings conducted in person. TMSA opts not to participate in the joint J Treaty border table. The benefits would be council will not incur expenses for participating. The drawbacks is that there's no opportunity to provide input into the terms of reference of the work plan for the technical table, and rely on your caucus for updates on technical table if on the IC agenda, and rely on forward communications from the joint J Treaty Border Alliance on advocacy initiatives. So the recommendation was to have Lisa and Tanya participate in the identification and travel document table. and I think they would be well placed to receive any kind of inappropriate border experiences that our members have from government officials when they're crossing the border. One of the issues is the tax issue. When crossing the border, you have to declare goods, and our understanding of the Jay Treaty was that an Indian was supposed to be able to travel with their own goods. There was no mention of any taxation. So does council approve option one, that Tanya and Lisa would be the representatives on the identification and travel document table? If so,
I'm in
I
support
require
of
a
that.
motion. So are you moving, Stacia?
Yeah, I can move that.
And who will second it?
I'll second.
Okay. Now, with regard to the other two tables that they're looking for representation on, do you have any suggestions? Website, any negative experiences that band members have crossing the border, what border, who the border official was. AI had something like that set up too a few years ago too. And they had meetings with CBSA and Homeland Security. So is there any volunteers to sit on the experience table or right of entry or entry of goods? Well, the right of entry would be more of I guess the plenary table. So really we're asserting our rights, but I guess that it has to be regulated because of the types of issues that are happening at the border now with criminal activity. So we'll just note that then if you have somebody you can think of, that'll be an action item. We'll put this back on the agenda for next week to see if there's any people you can think of that would sit on these other three tables. Okay. Just note, can we vote for the rest then for the next council?
The staff just asked for that one recommendation, so that's all
Yeah.
that's all I'm.
Usually these seats, is from what I understand, that they're filled with sometimes staff members and sometimes in the smaller committees, it's a member council.
So the action item I would ask is for clarity on those other tables, I guess. Michelle, if you don't mind. From Lisa. Like sitting on
Okay,
those groups.
I don't want you to make it a hasty decision, so let's just table this again for the other two.
No,
the
I
other
made a
tables.
motion, Chief, as the recommendation on there. Oh, somebody made a motion.
Stacia,
Stacia made the motion to accept the
Yeah,
recommendation from staff.
it's been moved and seconded.
And I second it. It's not asking for any participation at this time on other tables, so
Stacia and Ted.
we're just asking for clarity on those other tables, I guess.
Yeah, so perhaps it's just an action item to follow up
Yeah.
to determine if there is a need for representation at the other tables.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As a matter of fact, a few years ago, the Iroquois caucus was formed and they were talking about having a Haudenosaunee card to cross the border, but that didn't seem to pan out. And so we still have the same issue. Then the department was supposed to have the secured Indian status card for the border crossing. Now some rely on their driver's license, some rely on a passport, but there should be a card of some kind that's recognized by both borders to help avoid that problem. So is there any opposition to the resolution? For now, we'll appoint Shu and Tanya Miracle and Lisa Miracle to the identification table and the travel document table. It's been moved by Stacia and seconded by Ted. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. Any luck getting Melanie's phone number? Okay. Iroquois Caucus information from 8:30, 31st meeting. It's just to make a motion to acknowledge it. Is Shu here? Ask her to come in because I haven't had a chance to read this material. I just got it this morning before council started. So Shu and I, Tanya Miracle and I were at the last meeting on April 17th at the General Assembly in Ottawa. So we're just going over, I haven't had a chance to read this file. I just got it about 5 minutes before council started. So is there anything that needs to be followed up on the Iroquois Caucus?
So in the package, there was a record of decisions, the draft criteria for support, basically, so when a harvesting issue comes forward, at what point does the caucus get involved? And the involvement can be on different levels, whether it's intervener, financial, or just political support. So those documents are there just for you to consider if you have any additional information. It's the draft record of decisions from April. So although there are action items that fell out of those, we've tried to follow up on them as technicians, but we don't have a coordinator yet for the caucus. So we're still in that process. And so things are just moving a little bit slow right now until we can get that position filled. And then it's the draft agenda, which is just so you can see, or if you had anything to add, we can ask Trevor. The meeting is next week now, so I just wanted you to have the information, but yeah, if you had anything you want to add, there will be an update next week on Albert Green hunting case, which is partly why the meeting is in Six Nations. It will allow him to attend with his team to explain. It's a harvesting issue. And yeah, but it's just standard agenda, waiting for a financial update from the caucus, and we're waiting on confirmation for the National Chief, Regional Chief of Quebec and Ontario. We invited them to attend, but we're just waiting to see. Ghislain offered to meet virtually, but because we had these meetings set as in person, we're going to actually either postpone his invitation to the next one where he can attend in person. But that's really all. If you have comments on the criteria document, by all means, just flip them to me. We're kind of trying to address a bunch of questions. It's a draft document at this point, and it's just trying to see, like, has the harvesting working group overlooked anything, or are there additional questions for the caucus table to consider?
Perfect.
On the Canada pension issue, the Canada pension plan came into effect, I think it was April the 1st, 1966. And Indians who worked on the reserve for a council were not allowed to pay into the Canada pension fund until I think there was an amendment somewhere around 1988 or 1990, and they could start to pay into it after that point in time. The only exception was that there was the Public Service Superannuation Act allowed anybody who was all civil servants could pay into the Canada Pension Fund. And so the federal teachers that worked at the school were federal government employees and were protected under the Public Service Superannuation Act and entitled to pay in it despite not having a taxable income. So I really think there has to be some kind of, because right now a lot of elders who worked during that time frame now don't have a Canada Pension Fund because they weren't allowed to pay into it. The Department of Indian Affairs, when I first got on council, were not cost sharing any benefits for the staff here, so we got benefits with an insurance company. So that was one of the things that happened. And then we lobbied, we felt it was discriminatory that they weren't allowed, so we tried to 1 year deduct Canada pension funds to pay into the fund, to contribute to the fund. The government sent it back, so at least we are on record of attempting to pay into it. And so if there was to be a class action lawsuit, which I think there is grounds for one, on the basis of discrimination based on race and place of ethnic origin, that I think there's a very strong case that the government would have to pay compensation for people who were barred from paying into it. And that's what I recommended at the Iroquois caucus. The other point was that the Martin hunting case, I did ask for follow-up on that, and I think they made a motion to reimburse the funds. And has that been done yet, Sue?
So the caucus did agree to pay the equivalent to what Six Nations was paid for Albert Green's first run through, which was $16,300.01. So we will receive from the caucus $16,300. I didn't, the 1 cent. That I do have to confirm a couple of things with Cecil and Chelsea at Akwesasne where the caucus funds are held, but there is a motion, they approved it, and so we're good to go. On the CPP thing, there is a little bit of hesitation to automatically look into a class action suit because there's an opportunity to look at the issue, see nationally how that issue impacts First Nations communities, and try to just get it corrected from this simple, like, there's, trying to figure out the number of people involved. It kind of is a bigger job, but the caucus did establish a working group. Again, it's something that's just sort of, I sent out an initial email with some background information to the working group, but until the coordinator's in place, I think that there's little else we can do without putting a lot of our own time into it.
So the other thing that happened that affects our employees is that when the door was opened back in 1988 or 1990, around there, the staff here were allowed to pay into the Canada Pension Fund, but I think it was optional. And my understanding was that the employees took a vote and decided not to pay into it, but the department eventually made it mandatory some years later. So to me, I don't think that benefit was properly administered on the part of the government. And so I think the staff who work here do have grounds, and I think but unfortunately, I've also suggested that there should be a meeting with David Lametti and Mark Miller and Patty Hadju, because obviously they provide the funds to pay into pension funds at Canada Pension, but there is historic discrimination, and people were barred, and that does affect the quality of life they have in their retirement. So that I'm still going to press for a meeting with the minister and resolve it politically, or strongly recommend to the caucus that we start a class action lawsuit. Because right now there are people at Six Nations who work there, they brought it forward that, these older people now don't have a pension. And right now, if they're depending on old age security and gains, and of course, they pay, I guess Canada Pension is based on your 5 best years and most recent years of paying into the fund. That will determine what your pension is and how long you paid into it. It affects the level of pension you get. So there was historic discrimination, and it has affected the quality of life that retirees have had, particularly the ones who worked in the earlier years. Maybe a new employee starting now would be affected the same way, or somebody transitioning from a job where they could pay into the Canada Pension where they work in here, now they can still carry on, but before they weren't allowed. And chief and counselors weren't allowed either. So this whole pension issue, it needs some work, and I think we need some legal advice too on what's the best course of action. But I know with water and with the residential school issue that was nationwide, this Canada pension issue is nationwide. The only way that they were able to get any resolution was through a class action lawsuit. But of course, it's expensive and it takes a long time and all that. And so really, I think what was happening is they were saying that the pension, it was based on what do they call it, some type of earnings. But I really think what they were looking at is whether the earnings were taxable or not. Pensionable earnings. Well, if you're a clerk at the school as a federal employee, or a clerk at the administration doing the same thing, the same type of work, there should have been no discrimination. Or if you were a snowplow operator at the school, or a snowplower operating for the band, if one was entitled to pay, they all should have been. And that's not how it was administered in the First Nations community. So in my view, it was discriminatory. Anyway, was there anything else that needed follow-ups, Shu? Okay, let's make a motion then to acknowledge the receipt of the report. And the agenda for the, is the agenda ready for the meeting coming up at the end of the month?
In the package.
It's in here? So what they'll have on the 30th and 31st, the adoption of agenda, the record of decision of April 2023. The financial statements will be presented from 2020 to 2023. There'll be a review and approval of the 2023-24 budget. The Iroquois Caucus Coordinator Hiring Committee update. Have they got anybody hired yet or in mind?
No, there's no coordinator hired yet. That's why a lot of the things are just a little bit slow to complete on the action items.
Okay.
Because as technicians, we can only do so much against our full-time jobs.
And the J Treaty Border Alliance will provide an update where they're at. And just so I'll tell you, you and Lisa were appointed to those two technical tables. The council passed a motion today.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
And we'd like a recommendation on the other technical tables. Are they needed? Do we need somebody on?
Yeah, when we see the request from Ava was actually just for the ID and documents table.
Okay.
But we can find out more as we meet.
Okay. So the Iroquois Caucus Harvesting Working Group will give us an update. And Chris, you're part of that committee?
Yeah, but I'm not going to had a meeting last week or this week?
Okay. Are you
It's
being
on
kept
Monday.
informed of the meeting dates and you're able to attend them, or? Okay.
I'm being informed, yeah.
Okay. Albert Green hunting case update. The Six Nations land and membership update. Is that the court case with HDI?
No, that's a CSLR issue. It's the lands registry. Their membership or their lands and membership have issues. They want to ask the caucus table just for the general discussion at this time.
Okay, then there's a preparation for the meeting with the NCRA, the ORC, and the Assembly of First Nations, Quebec Labrador regional chiefs. And the national chief, NCRA's national chief, Roseanne Archibald. So I
Sorry,
thought
yeah.
issue 1, issue 2, other update on strategic plan contract, next meeting. Motion to acknowledge the minutes and update from Iroquois Caucus and the agenda of May 30th, 31st for the meeting at Grand River Enterprise, Grand River. Motion to acknowledge receipt.
I can move that.
Stacia, who will second it?
I'll second.
Ted? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, motion's carried. Thank you, Sue. Highland Shores MBQ rep. And Susan has been serving on this board for some time now, and I guess this is just a motion to reappoint her.
I'll move, Chief.
Chris,
I can second.
Anyone opposed?
Term limits on that, or is it just been, is this her last term?
Pardon me, they're appointed for a term. Her
Is
term
there-
is up, and so she's just being
Are
reappointed.
there
to
limits in terms
continue.
of how many consecutive?
I don't know. Stacia, do you know the number of years they can serve on this board?
No, I'm going to look though, for some reason, and I don't want to speculate. I'm trying to pull something out that I recall reading, but I can follow up on that.
Sounds good.
Okay, that'll be an action item. She'll let us know what the term. Okay, that's fine. The motion is carried. The AI Health Memorandum of Understanding. And this is basically a contribution agreement. Aboriginal diabetes education, $34,562.50. Health consultation, ISC, $2,250. So sexually transmitted diseases, community funding, $16,373.63, and tuberculosis community funding, $4,539.31. Motion to sign the agreement with AI for these funds.
I'll move.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I can second, Chief.
Second by Ted. Anyone opposed?
Just to note my conflict of interest in this agreement.
And we've already dealt with the resolution from B1 as it burns to not change the asset mix and to diversify the investment in bonds. That motion's been approved. The next item on the agenda is the mortgage loan report from the Bank of Montreal. So in the former housing program, the balance at the end of March in these loan guarantees is $290,698.02. The new housing loan program, which is market-based housing program, loan guarantees, $16,404,534.19. The total mortgage balance as at March 31st is $16,695,232.21. Of that, guaranteed amount by MEQ is 80%. Balance outstanding is $13,123,627.35 for 116 mortgages. Motion to acknowledge the report. That you've received the report.
I'll move, Chief.
Josh will second it.
I'll second.
And Ted, anyone opposed? So there's just one mortgage in arrears for $3,653.85. The rest are all up to date. The CMHC loan agreement. This is a loan renewal for $19,549,351.05. And this is the Please review and assign the attached loan and return to CMHC no later than May the 10th, 2023. Does council approve the agreement, to sign the agreement?
I'm a little concerned that we don't have the interest rate available.
Is Tom here? Angela?
As far as I know.
So it's over. The payments are. So it's being renewed at 2.5% interest rate at May 10th, and I don't know, is this still valid? Because they said it had to be signed and returned by May the 10th. So we just want to make sure this is what the interest rate is going to be too. I presume it is. Hi, Tom. So the CMHC renewal letter agreement for the
Thank you.
current loan.
Yep.
Okay, so is the interest rate still at 2.5%, or is that increased because they said it had to be back in by May the 10th, I think?
So those ones, with CMHC, they won't actually give you the interest rate until you sign the agreement. It's effective of that date. That's why it's not
Okay.
included with that package.
And this is Section 95 housing?
That's a renewal for one of our Section 95. Last time I spoke with Trim regarding rates for the LTC,
Is this for all phases, or which particular phase is this?
I would have to look at it. That came from Cecil.
Okay.
Just bear with me though.
Gives a number, but I don't know if that means anything.
So on May the 10th, Trim had mentioned that 2.65 would have been the rate for that date.
Okay. All right, so can we have a motion of council to sign this? This is already built, this is just a renewal of the fund loan agreement, right? It's amortized every 5 years?
Yeah.
That's what it is, it's a 5-year amortization.
Yeah, it's just nice to know the rate. Thanks for that, Tom. That was my question, just in terms of what is the interest rate? So, yeah, I can move that.
And my understanding is once we send that back to them, they will send us a loan agreement to sign as well. That will confirm what the interest rate is.
All right, so is there a seconder for this motion to sign the renewal? You won't get a better interest rate than that.
Yeah, I can say.
Ted?
We've looked at the past years what BMO's rate. Yeah, they're usually.
This is just for the Sadie's Lane, right?
I would have to
And I'm
look
He
at.
does, just to clarify what
Yep.
phase it is, so, because I think we have 7 phases, right?
9.
9, okay. And what do we have, 190 rentals?
191, not including the 12 RHI ones.
And so it'll be 191 plus these ones?
Plus these 12,
Plus
yeah.
12, plus 12. So you're over 200. We've grown a lot from the 3 that we had years ago. So we have now the lawyer's invoices. I think that now, the other thing is we have the, while you're here, Tom, we might better deal with, here it is here. I didn't even have to look for it, got it right away. So the other thing that's an add-on here will be the, number 32 on your agendas. It'll be the MBQ Elder Long-Term Care Project, the Development Agreement. So that was uploaded to your computers recently, Tom?
Yep, and then it was circulated last week by email.
And it was circulated last week. So Tom, can you go over the package with council. You can bring it around. Just the budget and the agreement. And you've had Gene Leonard, the lawyer from ABN, look at this, Aboriginal Business Networks.
Yes. So they had flagged the inconsistencies with the provincial lands tenure. But speaking with the ministry, rather than go through a lengthy process to revise the agreement, they're suggesting that we just sign it. And then when it's signed by the minister, they'll give us a minister's exemption.
They'll correct that oversight because Brian Pollard, the deputy ADM, said he should have got it.
They're going to sign a minister's exemption, yeah.
Yeah. And those changes have been sent on to them, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It was an oversight on their part. They should have caught that this was on a First Nation. Essentially, that clause is just there for default purposes. In the
Okay, do you want to just go over the budget items so the council knows how this is being funded?
I don't have, can I run and grab the package just so I have a copy of it?
Sure.
Can we just take a 5 minute?
We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll wait for Tom.
Thanks.
Thank you. A 5-minute break. is the development agreement with the Ministry of Long-Term Care. Paul Calandra is the minister of that ministry, but it's been a long haul to get to where we are now. Many years ago, I raised with the chiefs, our assembly, the lack of opportunity for long-term care in First Nations and how I felt it was a file that was being severely neglected by leadership. It had been raised by a number of times with different chiefs and different committees. Well, they needed something for the elders in their communities. And so we formed a committee, and I was the co-chair with the assistant deputy minister. And through years of work with staff from the Chiefs of Ontario and political representatives from different communities, we were able to move the government to create an opportunity for additional licenses, specifically for on reserve, to address this long-standing neglect. At that time of our review, there was, of the 78,000 beds, only 227 were on reserves in 4 different long-term care facilities. So, Grand Chief Pat Madabi was the chair of our Chiefs Committee on Health. So, Pat and I went and lobbied the deputy minister, and we basically asked for some accountability on what was the plan to address the needs for on reserve. And there was no plan. So we had another meeting, and we asked them what was their understanding of the need. They had no information. And so we worked with the Chiefs Committee on long-term care and Chiefs of Ontario staff, and we lobbied to open the door to create licensing for on reserve. And so under the Kathleen Wynne government, licenses were made available, and of the 6 opportunities, MBQ was one of them, to get a 128-bed long-term care facility. Then there was the issue of our committee, I recommended that they have a collaborative approach, and that the federal government need to be part of the solution, because we knew that all the money wouldn't come from the province. They would balk at that idea. So we pushed FedDev, and we pushed CMHC and Indigenous Services Canada, Mark Miller, when he was the minister. I did get a commitment of $5 million from him, and FedDev didn't bite, but I still have work to do with them. And Infrastructure Canada, and of course they were very reticent, and so was CMHC, to get involved in long-term care projects on reserve. But we were able to push them, and we were able to get $25 million from Infrastructure Canada. So when they would take applications for that, Tom completed the application form, and we were able to open that door. And then likewise with CMHC. So, but it's taken a lot of political push and to open the door to create the opportunity. Then Tom has been very instrumental in filling out the application forms and working with the consultants. So we're here now in the final throes of it. Tom, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, so we're now at the point that the ministry has sent us the development agreement, which is, once that's finalized and it's been signed, that also includes the permission to go to tender.
Yeah.
We just recently completed our Class A estimate, which had a slight increase to it, but we're still at 446,200. But within the overall project budget of I think it was $72,551,600.
Tom, would you mind moving to the other chair and speaking to that microphone so they
Sure.
can hear you, or put that one closer to your mouth?
This one here?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good.
So we were able to insulate it within the same project budget amount, which we lowered the percentage of the COVID escalation that the cost consultant had included. So the overall project budget hasn't changed, but the construction estimate did increase slightly. Our projections for staff also has changed since the last projection, so now we're down to 96 staff.
And that's what's required to meet the ministry requirements, right?
Correct. That's what Universal Care is planning on projecting for staff. We are the owners. If we want to increase that, we can increase that. The current pro forma that we have shows a surplus at about 1.4 million. So we'll be able to recoup the MBQ investment fairly quickly.
We're able to do that with those,
Within a couple of years,
that money?
actually.
Yep.
Okay, good. And then we can just save up the rest.
Then the
wait
rest
for
can be
the
invested. for
repairs
Yeah,
future.
or whatever, right?
I don't
Upgrades,
think I
repairs.
would advise that we would, let's say if we did get that 1.4 million right on the nose, not to take it all within
Oh,
the first couple of years, but
Mhm.
leaving some there for your operating
back, yeah.
reserve and your replacement reserves.
Okay.
it's pretty
The
good.
other thing that we've done is we made a case that inflation and COVID was impacting the cost of building. And so the province responded by creating the additional construction subsidy for shovels in the ground by August 31st. And I think is it 10.3 or 10.4 million extra? In addition to the regular capital allocation.
Yeah, it was 10,368,000 is what we're.
268?
368. 10,368,000.
So roughly 10.3 million.
And that's if we, once we get through the development process and get a shovel in the ground. If you miss this window, that 10,000 is gone.
10
And then
million?
there's also extra,
It's 10
operating
million.
subs-
10
Sorry, I
million.
meant
Yeah.
10 million. We would lose that plus the extra operating subsidy that we're gonna get through this program.
We don't want to do that.
So we can't, shovels have to be in the ground. So my understanding is, was speaking with the ministry, is that after they get this, it's a couple of days or weeks that we'll get the approval from the minister to go ahead with construction.
As soon as the minister signs it and they send it back, that includes the letter that approves us to proceed to tender.
And we've got the letter from Paul Calandra approving the capital. I saw that.
Yep.
That was circulated to the council, so, and just the money, the amount that will come from the ministry, that they pay, so the 10 million is upfront during construction, but then the other is subsidies per bed per day.
The
And that's-
10,368 is, we can get it during construction. We won't get it up front. We'll have to submit draws for it.
Mhm.
The other, there's a 3,743,488 construction grant that we'll get at the end of construction. And then there is 250,000 that I believe we get as soon as we sign the agreement. Then the money that we'll get from the ministry that will pay the loan from CMHC, we get that as an ongoing.
And what is that global amount?
The global amount, I don't have that number, but
It was in your sheet. I
It's
saw
in the
it.
performa. It satisfies the requirement for the 19 million.
So the budget's in place, including council's 3 million, which we think we can pay back in 2 or 3 years.
We
based on
can do it. You could
the surplus that's
Yeah,
there.
you could
'cause-
do a 2 or 3 year payment, or it might be wise to stretch it out during 5. We won't be able to give an accurate recommendation for that until we actually have the tender completed.
Okay,
We'll
and
give
so
it
the
actual
anticipated surplus based on the new tenant mix will be what?
30-70.
Pardon me?
30-70 split. So 30 at the private rate and 70 at the.
At the subsidized
at
rate.
the
So then
subsidized
what overall annual surplus does that generate after everything's paid?
1,410,636 is the projected in the performa.
That's the projected surplus.
So I always recall the benefit to this project being a lot of jobs, but it was always in the triple figures. What changed?
My assumption is that the operating difference between assured care versus what
Universal care does.
Be interesting to find out, though, wouldn't it? What jobs.
We're talking
out there.
about
So the
annual
previous
figures,
number
so-
was based
so
on
the-
the performa and the projections done by Assured
Okay.
Care and the feasibility study, and then that new number of 96 is
Okay,
based on.
can you look up the
updated.
number, because it's that, the Ministry of Long-Term Care annual funding, there's some for operating and there's some for capital. The capital
The-
part was in the numbers that Josh, because they pay that over 25 years.
Well, the reason why I asked is
Times 25.
I noticed in the news last week, I got it here in front of me, the long-term care facility in Madoc. So it's a single-story, 128-bed Claire McFall long-term care home in Madoc. Went up for tender, and the tender issued by Universal Care Canada is expected to bring 130 jobs.
Wow.
So it's a 128-bed facility. expect to bring 130 jobs issued by Universal Care.
That's a big difference.
So that's like 45% compared to 90.
That's six.
So that's like 40%. So
But there's room in the surplus to hire more staff, if that's what you want to do.
I can.
yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I'll be
I'm just saying, like
and
that's.
ask-
This sounds like apples to apples, and one is a surplus budget of $1 million and change, but it's 45 or 30, 34 less jobs for a 128 bed facility the same. So $1 million is a lot of money, but not if there's 35 less employees. That $1 million is gone like that. So I'm not, maybe these guys are doing things different. I don't know. To me, we're working on something and I heard this and those numbers, because I remember hearing those old numbers where it's going to bring 130, 140 jobs in line with this one. Maybe these are just old numbers for there, but just thought that.
We
That
could
was,
ask
that was a
Universal
shared cares plan.
We can ask Universal Care what the difference would be on why that specific facility has 130 something versus
Yeah.
ours at 90 something.
Please ask.
Yeah,
I-
I just,
So I guess in terms to secure the capital funding and take advantage of the $10 million additional construction subsidy, then we have to have shovels in the ground and we have to go through a tendering process. So we need to approve it to get access to the money. And the total budget was what, 70 million we've got of the 73 from these different sources?
Approximately, yep.
And in terms of the training, F&TI have trained on, as of July the 5th, I think it is, they'll have trained 17 PSWs. And they have created seats for 14 nurses. And they had 47 people that qualified. There was over 100 applied and 47 qualified for admission to the course. So they'll have to have another RN training course. But they're starting to train RNs. They've got funding from the government. That'll be done in conjunction with Cantor College, the same as the PSWs. So it's creating an employment opportunity for our members, as well as, now in terms of vacancies, our members, if there's a member on the vacancy waiting list, they are first priority. And that's how the home operates at Six Nations, Akwesasne, Wikwemekong, and Oneida. So is there a motion then to sign the development agreement? If so, we will need a motion.
I thought we did last week, Chief.
Hmm?
I thought we did this a week ago. No?
There has to be a motion of council. I can't sign this agreement unless there's a motion of council.
Motion, Chief.
Stacia requested more time to review it, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
Josh said he needed more time.
Yeah, yeah.
So then we said we put it on the agenda for this
I'll move,
meeting.
Chief.
Yeah,
Moved by
that's
Chris.
correct. Yeah, and I can second. Thanks for the information, Tom.
They'll be approved to sign the long-term development agreement with the Ontario Ministry Long-Term Care. But even at 96 jobs, that is still a high number of jobs.
just to reiterate my position on this project, I'm very much pro the long-term care.
And no, some people seem to think that it's this or other project. It's not that at all. The Infrastructure Canada is still taking applications for other types of projects. So there still is a pot of money there. It's not the money's all gone. It's an ongoing intake process. So we just have to watch when the intake comes up and what they're covering. But again,
So that was back in February. So we haven't received any word yet though on approvals. They were almost a year and a half, I think, with round one. So
but I can tell you, we really had to push Infrastructure Canada to approve this.
Mhm.
And I think, Tom, you were able to negotiate, they would pay the full 25 million up front,
90%.
90%.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
gonna
and
give us 22,500,000.
And it'll probably work the same way that the DMAP works. You have to, as you're making progress, you submit invoices and inspection stuff. You submit that. Nora does that down there for the water line, and they reimburse you.
There'll be quarterly reporting.
Yeah.
And then we'll get the
how
following
that works.
10% at the end of the project. once
And it's working
been
quite
completed.
well. Infrastructure Canada is a lot easier to work with than Indigenous Services Canada.
And we already have the money from Indigenous Service Canada.
Yeah. So that's going along well. So there is your, I'll sign this here if you want to take it. You want to show me where I need to sign, Tom?
So if you can get us clarity on that full time, that would be cool. Just for information anyway. Oh, there's a big difference.
Yeah, not a huge breakdown, just more when you visited one.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just the letter that was the cover letter with it.
Is it just the one spot to sign? Here, just you open it up where I need to sign, and I'll sign it. You can take it with you. Derek Wong invoices. Alan Pratt invoices. I don't see them here. There's no invoices. Oh yeah, it's narrated here. Culver's track $3,936.50, and we spent $15,395.50 to date. Motion to pay this invoice. Who will move?
I'll move, Chief.
I can send.
Stacia and Ted. David won't be in until Thursday, so you'll have to get an answer to sign it then.
I didn't bring my pen. Yes, I can.
The next issue is Derek Wong invoices for economic development ventures.
Your stuff is next.
$4,550 and $15,400 for economic ventures. It would be good to state what these economic ventures are.
It does on the invoice, Chief.
I don't have a copy of the invoice here.
They were on my computer, now they're gone.
Private.
Shelley, do you know which?
Do you want to get my title? Just say four.
Is there a motion to pay these economic debentures?
Chief, I have a question on that, so I'm not sure, do we have to go in private now?
Probably if it's because if it's like the
Just this one.
It's pertaining to invoice,
if it's the partner's private information.
well, it pertains to the invoice of 15,000. It makes reference to a report. I didn't see any report. Did council get the report they're referencing?
Is there a report for that, Shelley? Do you know? Angela, do you know?
I don't have an answer for you right at this moment. I'd have to see what you're talking about.
Okay.
Until such time, I'm opposed.
Is council comfortable paying these invoices?
We can revisit it when we come back out of private.
We'll set that aside then. The next item is the lacrosse box updates. So the last application submitted was not approved.
You do upper slash, Chief?
Upper slash.
No, sorry about that, my bad.
Mine-
You're right, you're correct.
Okay. Upper
Nope, crossbox.
update on lacrosse box grant. So the last application that was submitted was not approved, and they're continuing to look for, staff are continuing to look for opportunities to to access funding and will submit applications as we become aware of them. If council decides they want to go an alternate route and fund the work themselves, the OpenLP 2008 or possibly COVID funds if eligible, then please provide direction. Attached is an estimated budget for replacement of the boards, other considerations with estimates noted as well.
So that was the previous package. What's on today is the follow-up to that discussion with the updated prices.
Okay.
You've been a briefing now?
So here if TMC forwards approval for the attached budget totaling $182,550 from COVID fund will be required to proceed. So these are quotes that were obtained, are they, Tom?
Correct.
All right. And so have you talked with Susan to see if that's eligible, and do they have funds in COVID from that surplus? Can they use it for that?
Council approved the use of that. So we were just waiting on a budget from Tom.
Okay, and it looks like there's a budget here of new rate boards, $124,860. Player benches, $2,720. Clear anodized finish, $3,440. Paving of the apron, $31,425. And spectator bleachers, $20,105. And that's two sets of 50 people each, for a total of $182,550. And a flooring system of $104,936 based on a quote from 2021 plus 13% escalator.
That's not included, but that's
Provisional
something.
plus, since then I have received the updated quote for that, and it's $98,696.
Okay, just on, what was that number again? I'll write it here, Tom.
$98,696.
98,606.
Yep. I think the previous number that was 104 included HST. So this 98,000 is without HST.
Okay, so then you're asking council to approve the 182 plus the 98?
I noted it because it was in the package before of stuff that we have submitted for funding. It's a provisional item if council wanted to go forward with it.
I'm good with the existing outlined expenses. I don't know if you want to do more research on the flooring system. If there's if you've seen it, if you've had folks be able to check it out. I don't want to say a demo, but it's something maybe a few more sets of eyes and hands.
Sure.
Because you wouldn't want to spend something that's not, I don't want to say not practical, but I'm sure there's pros and cons to it. But I'm good with moving the 182,550.
From COVID funds?
Yep.
Okay, and who will second that motion?
Chief, a couple questions. I thought we were going to hear back from Terry Miracle, and I know that when the Tobacco Fund folks met on the splash pad and we talked about arena new complexes, Will Barberstock mentioned about the lacrosse box currently may not be sufficient size for lacrosse. So if you wanted to have any kind of formal or lacrosse, Ontario recognizes tournaments and such, should we be looking at how much to move the cement out to create the lacrosse box that they're making reference to? I haven't had a chance to check the dimensions and such.
It's roughly.
So are you
82
asking
feet
that
by
this be
180
delayed to verify that then?
Well, can you, I'm sorry.
It's roughly 182 feet by 82 feet. For the tournament that I think Will was discussing, they would need the NHL sized 100 by 200.
Okay, but for lacrosse, so, yeah, I'm not interested in NHL size, but.
Same
for-
size.
So that lacrosse box there now meets standards
No, it's not.
for lacrosse?
Depending on the tournament that you're doing.
I would ask-
Generally, everything is 100 by 200.
I would ask
Same
Tom
size.
if you could compare, if you could get the specific size of that rink, the lacrosse box, and for instance, Deserano's, just the size, just to compare, because we hosted sanctioned senior men's championships, junior playoffs, lacrosse teams in that facility that were OLA and CLA sanctioned events that teams went on to the national championship. So I would say as long as they're comparable to that, then there should be no issue with lacrosse functions there. But
And
the Terry Miracle thing you mentioned, that's the first I'm hearing of that. You never mentioned that
okay.
before.
Um,
He's gonna,
well, he had some questions. His were, I guess, more so in Deserano, and then because yeah. So we'll let that go. I like what you're saying, but then when Tom brings it back, if we have to go 10, 20 feet, what's the cost to go to 10, 20 feet?
yeah.
Would be a new quote for rink boards plus removal of the concrete or.
Well, you know, it
possibly
wasn't
adding
I think I'd probably just extend it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But that's a
what
question
the
you'd have to
size
find
of
out for us.
the rink of
Yeah.
that size
And
in
then-
relation to the size of the roof.
Okay, so I'm not suggesting NHL size hockey floor.
That's the size.
Okay.
100 by 200.
Yeah, but I'm not, I don't want to go there. Just to meet the OLA Lacrosse Association requirements, what size a pad do they need?
Okay.
And then how much to get that pad? So yeah, a bit more boarding, yeah, extend the cement.
But I want to say that I can't see that lacrosse box rink being smaller than Deserano's, which already the OLA endorses for league play. So if it's bigger than Deserano's, then I think we're good to go. If it's the same size as Deserano's, then it would meet any required OLA guideline.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
Because they play at a Deserano, right? We
Right.
played at a
Yeah.
Deserano, right? So if Deserano's 180 by 80, then it should be fine.
Okay, so I'm not sure, but if you're sure, I'll second it.
Yeah, no, I'm good with approving that budget. And again, you want to build something that's going to be usable. And as long as it's usable, then we can. Yeah, I'm good with that budget. It gets some new boards. It gets some bleachers to watch. So
But that, just for clarity, that's if it's the same
the,
size. or
the existing, yeah, the existing.
Okay. It's been moved by Josh and seconded then to approve a $182,500 budget for the lacrosse box update from COVID-19 funds.
Maybe for clarity, Tom, I'm not sure if Amy Smart is the president of the Minor Association or vice president. Maybe a simple question to her would the sizing you have meet the requirements for lacrosse? That may be the shortest path.
Okay, that's been moved by Josh and seconded by Chris for the $182,500 for the work at the lacrosse box. Is there anyone opposed? Is there anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried.
One question I have, Tom, on your background, it references electrical upgrades that will be coming. What do you anticipate those to look like?
I don't know.
Like, no idea?
So I'm not sure how it's going to be done.
Okay.
So somehow we have to get, right now, it's on and off from the transfer switch. So somehow we either got to go to, I don't know if it's a button or something to turn. But I know what the lights at the ball field, it's a button that you press.
That's what you need there. That'd be the safer option.
That was all included within the larger budget that fixed all the lights, so. using
Are those LED lights? Yeah. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Stay tuned.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is number 30, the Emergency Home Repair Incentive Policy Revision.
I'll move, chief.
Okay, just so the members that are listening in can know what it is.
So this
I'll
was the
just read
same package that council had
Yeah.
approved at the previous one.
Yeah.
That draft of the policy was missing the accessibility and ramps.
Yeah.
So this adds that in.
Okay, Tom, because people are on live that may not know anything about this, so we're on live now. So we have to sort of
Yep.
get the information out so people that are watching can understand it. So can you just do the highlights of what the incentive, the home repair incentive policy is, just so for our listeners? So section 3, the eligible repairs was updated to include item 8, ramps and/or accessibility upgrades, which was mistakenly missed in the previous present version, but originally intended for inclusion. So that's now included.
Correct.
Okay, and we'll just go over the budget then. So eligibility, low income determination is $34,632 for a single person on the schedule here.
So, yeah.
And then for a family income, the max grand total for family income is 51,948. And for moderate income, it's $69,264. Can you explain the difference?
So the lower is for both a incentive and a interest-free promissory note. When you're at the second, you're at the moderate, it's just before the promissory note. However, because we received the funding through CMHC for repairs, that we've combined it with this policy, and that for that budget of, I believe it was right around $1 million, that we would be doing it all at the forgivable rate.
So the subsidy portion is 50% of the repairs up to a maximum of 5,000 is the grant part, right?
Except for during the expenditures under the CMHC funding that we received.
Okay.
We have 3 years to spend that money.
Okay, then they have, they signed a promissory note to repay the other, right?
Correct.
And that's at what interest rate?
It would be interest-free.
Interest
When
rate?
the first $1 million that we received, so CMHC has given us 420,000. MBQ was required to put 630,000 into that. And once that is used up, then we will revert back to that policy, which is 20,000 total, but 5,000 is incentive and 15,000 is an interest-free promissory note.
So Tom, if somebody, so they have to have their total income, and do we look at their bank accounts too? How much money they have in the bank to see if they can,
No.
it's just their income.
Correct.
So then if somebody had a $10,000 roof repair and they could apply, they could get a $5,000 grant. What if they didn't need to borrow the other 5,000? They had that money in savings. Could they'd still qualify?
They would qualify, yep.
Okay, so there's no obligation then to borrow from the bank unless they need it. Okay. All they have to demonstrate is their low income. Okay. Got it. And this is just for on-reserve housing?
Correct.
Okay.
And this was the package that was previously approved. It's just we're adding in the section on the accessibility and ramps, of which MBQ currently provides for the ramps. This will now provide a structured format for that.
Okay. And they'll still be eligible for other federal programs like
It's all
CMHC RAP,
stackable. Yep.
CMHC RAP or ERP or HASI?
Correct.
Okay, to subsidize. So some of it could come from there for their share too, right?
Or over at the OW.
Oh,
office, the
Ontario
Retention
TSF
Support
or
Fund.
Ontario
Yep.
Works, okay. Got it. All right, then, so that's a help to people because we do have a lot of low-income families in the community. Now, but they also have to qualify for the loan in terms of demonstrating good credit in terms of ability to pay it back, right?
No.
No? Not for low income? Okay. Motion to approve the policy.
I'll approve.
Chris?
So I can second, the policy's been approved, it's just a revision to add that additional piece on there for
Yeah,
the
and the
accessibility. Yeah, so I can second that.
approved policy. Is anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. York Road, Unit 3. Now, are these the new houses that have been built?
Script Business Center, Shannonville Business Center.
Shannonville?
Shannonville Business Center.
The Shannonville Business Center, okay.
So the midwives are currently occupying it and they are set to move out.
Okay, so unit throw will be becoming available. A notice of the commercial lease opportunity was distributed with no responses. The Indigenous Interprofessional Primary Care Team have expressed interest to lease the location. Well, if there's no one else interested, I'd say go ahead.
So, and just to add clarity, they didn't respond by the deadline either. They reached out after.
So to date, there's no one that's expressed an interest?
Just them.
Just them? Okay.
So your options are to accept their late proposal or to repost.
And no, are they paying the same, like, is it calculated based on square footage that they're renting, or how do
Yep.
we calculate it? And
Square
they're
footage.
paying that, or are they asking for something less?
No, they're paying that.
Paying that?
Same amount
Okay.
as that the midwives are paying.
Okay, motion to approve the lease then with the interprofessional primary care team.
When would they be set to take that over, Tom?
I believe the midwives are planning to be out for June 1st, but I don't know if that's a hard date that they'll actually be out by. So
When did they give you notice?
about a month ago. I'm sure we would be flexible with them if they needed another
Yeah.
week or. So there's a chance that they'll be gone in time where they can take over that building as of the 1st of June, but and maybe the
Are
1st
they
of July.
leasing and operating over here in the medical building?
They are operating over at the medical building for the medical side of it. They are renting the former radio station for their community development workers. And this location will house their mental health workers and their administrative staff.
So they'll be in 3 spots then?
Correct.
Okay. And they're paying lease money for all 3, right?
Yep.
Okay. Does council approve then this lease? If so, and that's a how many year lease?
1.
Okay.
Almost.
Moved by Ted. And who will second it? Is there a second to lease this building to the Indigenous Interprofessional Primary Care Team? Who will second it? Remember, you have to speak into the mic.
Sorry,
because
Chief.
members
I'll
have-
second it.
Members have to hear you. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the resolution is carried.
I'm not opposed, but I do need to declare my conflict of interest as I sit on the board of directors.
Okay, Stacia, conflict of interest? The splash pad. Now, is there additional items here? I think there should be. Leslie Hill land request. I don't see a splash pad here. I don't have a 32. I have minutes in 32. Oh, 33. Oh, it's, okay. Thank you. Oh, that was one of those add-ons on the side. So, state the request for the closed resubmissions. ABC Recreation Park and Place, Statmar Landscape Construction, Parks and Recreation Committee have recommended award to ABC, which is supported by both the Tyendinaga Community Development Fund and the Housing Ban Property Department. Award the contract to ABC Recreation for $500,000 and approve the attached project budget totaling $750,000. So the issue, there were requests for proposals were distributed to design, build a new splash pad for the construction at the sports complex, I should say. On June 22nd, the council approved to match the contribution by build all contractors. This was verbally stated to be $250,000. Has that been confirmed, Tom?
I haven't had any conversations with Bill though. That
So
a
who was
motion
the
of
verbal
council.
commitment made to?
I talked to him last February when he was down south. And he'd offered support. He never stated a number with me. He just said he'd be willing to put together.
So then this 250,000 should be in here then?
I hadn't heard that number.
So who heard it?
He made that commitment at council when he came here on the land issue. And he also said it's also conditional upon being involved from the get-go and the design, because he didn't want to see money wasted on consultants and engineers.
Okay, So anyway, the council requested the Parks and Recreation Committee apply to the TCDF, the Tyendinaga Community Development Fund, for the matching contribution of 250,000, bringing the total budget up to 750,000. The TCDF have provided verbal approval for the 250,000 matching contribution. Based on the feedback, PRC, which included incorporating the Mohawk culture into the design elements of the RFP, was distributed to the design build services of a splash pad with an upset total construction of 500,000. The following is the list of submissions: ABC Recreation, Park and Play, Strathmore Landscape Construction. PRC reviewed the proposal received on May the 9th and have selected ABC as their recommended design builder. Contract with TCDF have provided the proposals and support the PCR's recommendation for ABC Recreation. Mohawk's Bay of Quinte, 375,000. Tyendinaga Community Development, 375,000. But if they've only approved 250, is this the right budget then? Construction, 500,000. Engineering, 10%, 50,000. Landscape, 10,000. 10%, 50,000. Miscellaneous engagement, 1%, 5,000. Project coordination, 5%, 5,000. Contingency, 15%, 75,000. Other costs, mechanical building, 65,000. Total expenses of 750,000. So option 1 is to engage ABC based on 500,000 construction budget and form a project steering committee. Option 2 is wait to award the ABC Recreation until the private contribution for the third party is confirmed. Well, I think we need to have some kind of written confirmation from Tom or the donation. And I guess if there's a committee, he would have to be invited to the committee. If that's what his conditions are to be part of it. Tom, Chris?
Yeah. And also, TMC, through the COVID, we contributed $250,000. I'm not sure what the fund ultimately approved, because I know when they asked me to do the letter to the fund on behalf of the committee, I only asked for 250. So what did they approve?
Originally 250, and then because we don't have that commitment for the third 250, discussions were would they cost split the full 750 with MBQ.
So the community development fund is committed to 375?
Correct.
Can you confirm that? I'm sorry? I didn't say it's lying, but I asked you to confirm. Okay. And then, so ABC said engineer design and consultations free. What is the $50,000 for engineering?
Geotechnical, any topographical.
Do we need all that?
Correct.
Did ABC say we need all that?
I don't need ABC to tell me that you need to do a geotechnical on a large concrete slab.
Okay. And who come up with 50,000?
It's based on the 10% of the $500,000 construction.
So soil testing costs 50,000?
It will cost probably somewhere around 10, but that's not including the topo or any other engineering. It's a budget, Chris. Are you suggesting that we shouldn't proceed with?
No.
Or
I'm
topographical?
concerned that it's almost a year since the motion was passed to get this in place, and I'm concerned that Tom 50's 250 is not referenced here. MBQ didn't commit 350, we committed 250.
This is why the
It doesn't-
package is here to commit. This is what the package is for.
It's just
Tom hasn't, as far as I know, the only thing I've seen from Tom is a motion of council, which is where that number came from.
Okay,
This is
need
why
to-
the
we
budget's
need
set
to
up without
confirm
that, because
Tom
there is no confirmation of it.
I don't think you do, because based on the options that are here, if the contribution, private contribution comes, then it reduces the project. But the approval would be for the project to continue with or without this.
Correct.
Okay, so anyway, we need to reach out to Tom to get something in writing about this here, 250.
No, I think you have options in front of you here that again reference that, but it doesn't, it's not conditional on the project going forward
Yeah.
or not, the way it's proposed.
Like any donations just offsets the council's contribution.
And TCDFs, yep, correct.
And so if Tom doesn't follow through on the 250, or there's some misunderstanding, or he doesn't want to do it anymore, then our contribution is what, 500,000, 400 and
375.
375. But and where would that come from? COVID?
COVID.
Okay. So does council then, I guess, approve the project and the budget? Then Tom, you'd have to reach out to Tom and say, we've been informed that you're contributing $250,000 toward this project. Is that, please confirm?
I can if that's what council wants, yeah.
Yeah.
So
So I
is it,
guess Josh, he told you that, or someone else told you
he was
that?
here at council, chief.
Oh yeah, and I can only speak to the conversation I had
Okay, then.
back then, and he had said that you want to get a company that's going to design it, and then he's willing to support that project. He didn't want to be a part of the coming to the Parks and Rec meetings. He wanted to support it. He's a busy guy, and that was shared with them that there's support for a project, which is exciting.
And Chris, was your understanding he wanted to be part of the development of the
He
project?
sat right there at the end of the table and said, I want to be part, because he didn't want to see money wasted on consultants. It's not just me that harps about so much money wasted on consultants at this table.
Okay, then, well, ask him if he'd like to be part.
We don't have, just to be clear, we don't have to proceed with engineering consultant if council wants to take on that risk.
We're not saying no engineering consulting.
Anyway,
Chief.
the issue is that, we're going to get 250,000 from Tom, invite him to the first meeting, ask
We
him
can
if he's
do a
willing to
project,
contribute, and does he want to be part of the committee?
we can do a project
And we
steering
want-
committee for
and
it.
just- And I guess the council, from what I understand, when I hear they approve this budget, is that right or wrong?
We approved 250.
They'll make up the balance of this. So if you want to stick with your Twitter, that's fine.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. It's just, but we also, right, and that's a good point. And
Yeah, the only thing, Chris, that it does say, if somebody got hurt there, then at least if you have.
Yes, yes.
Nobody would point out there was some engineering flaw and you were negligent not getting professional advice.
Yeah,
Blah,
I
blah, blah.
guess-
It saves, it protects us from that.
yeah, I would like to know from the contractor, the design, build, RFP proponent, I want him, her, whoever, say, here's what's needed on the engineering side, not come back later and say, well, that was all overkill, you could have got by with just this.
Yeah.
I would like to see 700K into the splash pad and minimal into consultants.
And how much
I
would
don't
this
recommend
consult-
proceeding without geotechnical,
I'm
topographical.
not saying not to do that.
Having them
I'm
on
just saying-
site to inspect the concrete, do the slump testing.
So what's the above that we're in support of that would be overkill? If we're gonna trim the fat based on what we agree is needed, which Tom said, what's the overkill that we want to avoid?
I would like to hear from the professional installer to say, you need this, then this, and this, not us pulling numbers out of our back pocket saying, you gotta do this, and this. When the professional, the installer says, you only need to do that. So I am not the expert. Nobody in this room is the expert on what is needed. The installer is the expert.
So I just
I'll go on a limb though and say that we don't want to do
What's that, Chief?
concrete structural without having the proper engineering behind it to ensure that it's not going to fail.
Okay, so what, I guess.
We
you-
did it on the
Chris
splash
said he
pad,
agrees with the
or not
top-
splash pad, but the skate park. Why we wouldn't?
Chris said he does agree with the topical exercise. He agrees with the geotechnical.
If the contractor agrees, is what I heard.
And so what else, what other technical items are there? Because Josh said.
We're gonna want, I would want them on site to inspect when concrete's showing up, there's slump testing that has to
That
be done.
makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The inspection. Okay. Is there any part of that you would disagree with then, Chris, what he's just said?
No, what I'm saying is I would like to hear from the professional installer to say, as the installer, this is what's needed on the engineering side, not us sitting here going round and around forever thinking we know.
So anyway, my understanding, once those technical issues have been decided, that's incorporated into the design, then it's tendered out, and then whoever we contract to build it has to build it to
You're gonna contract with
to those
ABC.
specifications.
You're gonna contract with ABC. You're gonna have someone like Jewel Engineering or Greer Galloway review their design to make sure that it's
That it meets
satisfied.
all the standards, the safety
You're gonna
standards that are
have
out there.
someone along the same, the civil engineer, come in and do the slump testing and stuff for the concrete.
Okay.
We're gonna have a soil engineer do the
Anyway,
geotechnical.
let's just get on, if you want to do this, just get on with it.
Chief, make,
go
make
ahead.
a suggestion, and but I don't want to slow the process down. If somebody can reach out to Bill Dahl ASAP, get his commitment of $250,000 added to this. I don't want to slow it down, but then take that to ABC and say, look, you give us a price of on $500,000, what are you going to give us for $750,000? You know what I mean? Because you've already got these costs, the soft costs, engineering,
Okay,
that's
so
in
the
place.
first step then is to reach out to build
But
all
then what are
then?
you gonna do with the soft costs then?
But they're still here. All these costs are gonna, you've already budgeted this.
So
You budgeted 750, right? You got 375, 375.
Yeah.
But potentially, if Tommy steps up with $250,000, that's not reflected in the 375. Now you have $1 million.
if TCDF is willing to still cover it.
Shelley's already said that they already would cover our portion if we didn't go up to 375.
If the private one pulls out, I think that might be a different conversation. It's at least a conversation to have with them first. I would
Okay, well, anyway,
suspect.
the details about the funding can be sorted out. Let's get the commitment from Build All first and figure out where we're at
I would say,
and go from there. But I think that this technical work should be done. And then that way, if something went wrong and somebody got hurt there, they said, well, we had professionals design and build it for us.
so option one, which is recommended, is to engage ABC. I can move to do that. We have a budget here. Again, it references private contribution, because that could be maybe Ted gets feeling generous and he throws $20 into the pot, right? But it references any private contributions would reduce the, I guess, cost of both MBQ. Is that 50/50?
Yeah.
So it goes down to, if somebody donates $50,000, does that reduce 25,000 and 25,000? I'm just saying, right? Like, if there's a private donation of $250,000, does that reduce MBQ's contribution? Does that reduce TCDF's? Does that reduce half of half?
Okay, so.
That's my question.
So I've,
So,
A
so
couple-
we're
Steve,
approving
just
a
a couple
budget
quick
of
questions, Steve.
750,000,
Sorry.
right?
couple quick questions. So Shelley, I don't want to put you on the spot, but is it safe to assume that the fund, the committee is committed to 375? Okay. Right. What do you think? They wouldn't do 375 even if he did 250, you think?
They're going to contribute it to get it done.
Where I'm going with this is that, and I don't want to put you on the spot to speak on behalf of them. I'm sorry? Yeah, okay then. Yeah, I'll be happy when we get a splash pad, so whatever.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Do we have mock-ups of what this, as it stands, looks
Well,
like?
that's why time's of an essence. So what we're planning on doing is a design trip with the local youth.
Oh,
So
but
they'll come in, they'll-
Because remember, I had those three kind of the sliding scales of what 100 grand gets you, what 300, and then that, I think it was like 600,000, and that was kind of a,
there's a couple ideas in the back of their
Yeah, yeah.
proposal.
Okay,
so-
Chris?
I don't think if like I want it in place for this summer. It's not going to happen based upon time frame. So now time isn't of the essence. If time isn't of the essence, we're not going to this summer. Why don't we say, whoa, is Tom going to give the 250? Will the tobacco folks still stick with their 375? We bump ours 370. There's upwards to $1 million.
But why are we building $1 million project when the budget here is 700,000, 750?
Because
Why
they
are we
haven't
doing
factored in Tom's 250 there. They're saying
but-
if
but-
Tom's not there. And potentially we could have.
So
a
the first
better
step is to engage ABC, but confirm Tom's budget, then you'll know what everybody's got to contribute.
If council wants to spend more, we can always spend more, right? We still got to go.
Well,
through
we
the-
should
still
spend
gotta
what's
go
needed.
through the design trip with the youth, but ensuring that we if we don't move forward shortly with all the pre-planning, we're not going to be constructing this.
You know,
until next year.
if there's been
Right
talk
now,
about it
right
in the
now, there's a
community.
chance that we could still get this built this year, and the commissioning happens first thing in the spring, so it's used
Okay.
at the start of the year.
Let's
This
not
gets
create,
delayed
you
much
know,
more. It's going to be a construction 2024 project.
let's not create community expectation to have the discussion going on in the public, and then the community will say, where is it? You've talked about this now for a long time. Where is it?
I'm good with the proposed budget. And again, when Tom gets to, because these things, they're not turnkey necessarily. There's, this big fountain is 18,000 and this bigger one is 24,000. If by chance the one that's designed is around there, I'm sure we could have that conversation.
And I guess,
Where if it comes back at 752,
Yeah. so now in
Right,
terms
like
of
I-
it's not just about building, it's about operating, about cleanliness, about
Maintaining.
public health. So I would imagine that water's got to be changed every so often. It can't be recycled. You have to change it because of
Part
health
of the
reasons.
project will include
So is there an operating budget then that goes along with building it?
Part of this will have them assist us pulling through that.
Okay.
operating budget.
So then the operating budget, is that going to be relying on TCDF to operate it? Or where does the money come from for that? Because there always won't be COVID monies.
Could be MBQ.
It'll be
Unless
MBQ.
DCEF would be willing to entertain it. I don't know if anybody's had a
And
conversation.
what would the annual operating costs be?
That's part of why we would have to engage with the contractor.
So ABC will determine the operating budget. So it's
They will
just not
assist
about
us.
building something, it's about operating and maintaining it. Then if there's kids there, there has to be supervision.
Yeah, I assume though that that was our discussed when this was first kicked around.
Okay. So there's a motion been put on the floor to approve, to engage ABC, and then to confirm the donation budget.
Is it attached, Tom, they proposed?
I think they first and second
All three
already.
proposals should have been.
No, the proposed concept.
From the-
It's gonna
I
look like-
moved
We're
it.
gonna
I don't
work
know
with
if it-
you
I don't
on
know if
Josh
it's second.
moved.
Chris said something.
Is there a seconder for Josh's motion? And I guess this technical work will continue with,
If the budget gets approved, my first phone calls tomorrow will be to secure the geotechnical. So that we can ensure
and
that
you'll
the-
follow up with Tom in writing about the $250,000 contribution.
Yeah.
Write him a letter, don't just have a verbal conversation,
No,
send
I
him a
would
letter
write it and I'll
to say, is this
sign it,
understanding
signature.
correct? It's still in effect, okay? Who will second the motion?
I'm gonna ask Josh if there's an appetite for if Tom steps up and they stay at 375 to potentially get a nicer pad. Like I don't know what we're getting, so I can't really.
And that's where I just said to Tom a second ago, where like the ones that I had provided to me, I think the Cadillac was $600,000. Now, if we have a budget here and we're talking about maintenance, and if there's going to be cost sharing with TCDF or MBQ or who, not even been entertained yet, that extra money may be needed.
So people don't pay for the splash, so people just
No,
take
it's
their
just
kids there.
it's like a playground.
Yeah, it's a
just
part of the playground, okay.
playground.
So, but then you need to maintain this health maintenance. So we need to check with public health to see what we have to do and what does a budget look like.
So what I was saying was, we approved $750,000, and that's based on 375, with any private donations. I still would like to see the reduction of that, just because there are maintenance fees. But if we get something designed, because when I asked the lady, I said, what's some templates? And she threw me them. I says, what's Splash Mountain look like? And she sent me that. And she said, it's a Splash Mountain. And she sent me that bill, and it was about 600 and change. So if it comes down to it and they design something that we all want to have something awesome for the community, and it ends up being $755,000, I think there should be a little bit of the discretion that we can look at, where if that's the top dog, or if that's what we think people want, then we should at least have that opportunity to discuss that. So I approve I make a motion to approve the 750, but again, pending design, right? So maybe the Cadillac is $400,000. I don't know, based on the size we have, the space we have. But I would still be okay with an open-ended conversation
Okay,
down the road.
and the survey has been done to make sure that there's a lot of people have indicated they would use it.
The PRC did a survey last
Last year.
summer, last spring.
Okay, and there was a lot of significant interest. Okay. Is there a seconder for Josh's motion?
Second.
Josh, that was
Chris?
my question about the footprint. Has that been laid out, Tom?
No, that's perfect.
It hasn't been laid out yet, and so there has been no site inspection of it either. Okay. Just FYI, I know there's some underground lines there.
And we may
There's a
have-
medium voltage one
depending on
under
where
that
we may
pad,
have
yeah.
to Relocate the septic.
I'm not an
system, so-
engineer, so I couldn't tell you, like, how far away from
Okay,
that you
that's-
should stay,
Exactly.
but there's, that they would take that into consideration, the engineer, I would imagine, right? When
Okay.
they do a site visit, yeah.
Yeah.
So that motion has been moved by Josh and seconded by Chris. Is anyone opposed? The budget will be 750,000. It's to motion to engage ABC to set a budget of 750,000 and to follow with Tom Bildall contribution of 250,000. And the action item will be that Tom will write the letter to Bildall. Thank you. Is anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. The next issue. I have Leslie Hill. What is it? I don't have the budget. Oh, here, let me see, 32. Okay. These are in private, are they?
I think this is the last of our public.
And what is the item number? 31?
What item are you talking about, Chief?
On item 2?
What, can you describe it?
Volleyball courts.
I don't seem to have it in the folder here. That's why I like to have it ahead of time so I can read through the stuff before it's here. That's at the very back. So Tom, you're going to have to explain this to the council. So I just saw this today. So May the 8th. Is thank you for asking Greer Galloway to provide this proposal to complete the construction of two beach volleyball courts, a gravel driveway extension, and gravel parking lot to service the volleyball courts. Our scope of work is as follows. Review aerial photographs, topographic maps, hydrogeological conditions, geological maps and reports, and previous technical studies. Prepare soil sampling and analysis plan via test pits. Complete a site reconnaissance to independently confirm the presence of physical features shown on available maps. Complete an on-site study of soil conditions in test pits, including visual and tactile observations. Characterize the subgrade soil. Soil samples will be collected and lab tested, and lab tests will assist in determining the geotechnical soil properties of the subgrade. Complete a topographical survey of the project site. Prepare a drainage plan to accommodate the proposed construction design. Complete the design and prepare drawings detailing the final design, elevations, and estimated materials required to construct the court's driveway and parking area. We can complete the work as described for an estimated $9,660 plus 1% office fee. The work would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to complete. We note that MBQ will provide a backhoe and operator for excavation and remediation of the test pits necessary for the site. So that's the work, and so I guess the motion then is to engage Greer Galloway to do this work, Tom?
Correct.
And did they give a cost estimate?
Yep, should be the,
$17,360?
you know,
9660.
yeah, something like that. I don't have the package with me.
No, this is not the same thing. This is a different.
The fee proposal is just over 9,600, I believe.
It says approve the contract for Galloway to complete the design, site, and grading plans totaling 9660, then bring back the TMC with final design and project budget.
So we're buying the gravel from Bruce Miracle.
No,
That's the old bill.
This shouldn't be in here then, Tom?
that's to do with the cost that we spent today.
That's the old bill. Tom, your budget, that 63.9, TCDF's approved to
I've
cover
got a
that?
number of requisitions
TCDF
here.
has to date agreed to cover the engineering.
Okay, just so there's no confusion, are these requisitions here for the approval
all-
of council?
No,
No, that's for the first time we installed
That's
it.
all.
Okay,
what we're looking for is the 96 and change to obtain for Galloway.
okay, so these are not relevant.
They're what we use to base the estimate on construction.
And the McMurdo invoices are not relevant either?
Correct. None of them are.
Okay, then this shouldn't be here then, okay.
They're the background information to where the 18,000 came from.
So when you're saying TCF has committed to what? Covering the,
9,600 and change, which and pre-engineering.
so we're just approving to contract them and then they're covering this cost?
Correct. And
So
then-
is the
and then
total budget-
Once we have that plan, we'll be able to get an accurate project budget that can come back to the PCR, TCDF, council.
But based on, it says revenues, TCDF 63.9. If the budget were to be that,
That's
they're,
my hopes. Yep.
but they've committed to that.
Just the 96.
So this is just a,
Okay, so then what motions are we approving here, Tom? This is getting a little confusing.
The
I'd be making a motion to approve to contract Gear Galloway to complete the design, site and grading plans,
At an estimated cost of $9,660,
of which TCDF is going to cover.
Correct.
TCDF.
Rochelle?
Okay,
Chief, could I have noted I'm totally opposed to this approach?
you can vote according, okay, so it's, is there a seconder for the motion? Once there's a motion put on the floor, I have to ask if there's a seconder for that motion.
Okay, sorry.
Then we take a vote on it.
Okay.
Is there a motion, is there a seconder for Josh's motion proceed with Greer Galloway to do this technical design work for the beach volleyball courts, gravel drive extension, gravel parking and Mohawk skate park? It's been moved by
Yeah, I
Josh.
second.
Josh and Stacia.
I will just add that that's my motion as per the recommendation by the Parks and Recreation Committee and the Housing and Van Property Department.
Okay. And Ted, how are you voting?
That's fine. I support that.
In favor? So Chris notes he's objecting.
Yeah,
He's
yes.
voting negative
And
because of the
this is
approach.
why, Chief. I met with members of the Park and Recreation Committee. Mr. McCourt, highly respected coach, knowledgeable about most sports in the community. And he said there's nothing wrong with the current location if we put the mitigation factors that I suggested last summer. And there were other committee members that agreed with that. Scott Wentworth, landscape architect, 35 years experience. He just finished off the Loyalist College beach volleyball courts. He viewed the site last year, totally okay with the site.
Okay.
Based upon mitigation issues we had implemented, we could leave it where it is or shift it 20 feet and put all the money into mitigation, not moving it.
So this is to move it, right?
That's to move it out behind the ball
And
diamond so
then
someone
what
hits a
happens
home run.
Okay, so then Chris is opposed to the approach because he feels the existing site could be remediated at a lesser
Not
cost.
just me, professionals, chief, professionals,
And
and
who is this professional?
Scott Wentworth, Wentworth
Scott
Landscape. He has 100 employees,
Okay.
100 employees, 35 years experience. He viewed the site. He said the approach we took was good mitigation. You've put that in place, it's good. Mr. McCourt, other members of the Recreation Committee. So it was not unanimous by the committee.
Okay, now Josh, your understanding is that the advisory committee?
going off the briefing note that says recommended by the Parks and Recreation Committee. If that's inaccurate,
Anyways, it'd be remiss on my part not to point out the facts, chief.
Okay, then, anyway, the motion is carried then. Did you get Chris's objections and reasons for, Shelley? Okay, so note Chris's objections and the reasons for in the minutes which he's articulated today.
I think I've included enough in my
And
motion.
Josh is removing it because he understands that's the advice of the committee and the director.
Well, that's the recommendation, right? I support it, the background, we didn't include the background, we've been over it, but it comments, why this is the approach that's being taken as well, so I think it's fairly thorough enough.
So anyway, we've got some items then. I guess now we're ready to go in camera for the in-camera portion. Is that correct, Shelley? There's no other public add-ons? Okay, thank you. Can we have a motion to go in camera? Moved by Josh, who will second
Okay,
it?
so question, Chief, why is the five-house development, which is public money, why is that going private?
What is, which
So
is-
we're going into
which item?
private to review the private agenda.
Okay,
Which one are you talking about, Chris?
It was here, there was
Which
a
number?
new approach. There was a new approach to the five houses.